this. Yeah. The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., July 22nd, 2024. I hereby appoint the Honorable Jerry L. Carl to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9, 2024, the chair will recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alter recognition between the parties, which time equally allows between each party, and each member other than the majority and the minority leader and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall the debate be beyond 1:50 p.m. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, for the past 3.5 years, the Biden-Harris administration has brought nothing but failure and crisis into communities and homes across America. Beginning with the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan to runaway inflation at the gas pump and at the grocery store, we have seen nothing but catastrophe from an administration that has been unable and unwilling to meet the needs of the American people. Since President Biden took office and Vice President Harris was named the border czar, nearly 10 million illegal immigrants have been encountered at our southern border and points of entry. This failure to keep our border secure is proof that this administration is more focused on allowing mass illegal immigration than it is in protecting the safety and the security of the American citizens. It is time to return to the Remain in Mexico policy that we had under President Donald J. Trump. It is time for a president who will put a stop to the illegal fentanyl that continues to pour across our southern border and poison and kill our neighbors, our friends, our children. It is time for a leader who will keep America safe. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, this week, the Bedford County Fair is celebrating its 150th anniversary. For generations, families in central Pennsylvania, this fair has been an incredible opportunity to come together and celebrate the farmers, the growers, and the workers who do so much to support agriculture, not just in south central Pennsylvania, throughout Pennsylvania and throughout America. During this week, there will be 4-H auctions, tractor pulls, bull riding, and agricultural showcases that all highlight the work that is being done in agriculture in Bedford County, Pennsylvania. Yesterday, I had the chance to visit the fair and meet with the farmers who are suffering from the inflation and the government red tape created by the Biden-Harris administration that has made it so difficult for our farmers to maintain the productivity that they expect and that America deserves. It is time for Congress to take a stand and pass legislation that supports our agriculture sector. That's why I'm proud to sponsor the Dairy Pride Act, which would stop non-dairy products from appearing in the dairy aisle and in the dairy produce sections. As in the Bedford County Fair, this 100th anniversary is a commitment to standing with the American farmers who help to provide the nutritious, wholesome food that Americans so desperately need and that Americans want. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Courtney, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to share with the House an event which took place last Monday in East Hartford, Connecticut, at the Connecticut Center for Advanced Technology. It was a gathering of educators, of the U.S. Navy, of the shipyard manufacturing, which is part of the Connecticut economy, to announce a new initiative which is really going to define the job market and the economy of our state for really the rest of the 21st century. Hire Hartford, which is an initiative that the Navy and Electric Boat Shipyard have put together to expand the scope of recruitment and hiring for good careers. These are metal trades jobs, these are engineering and design jobs, which are all part of an effort that's going on right now that Congress has been funding for the last 10 years, which is to recapitalize our submarine fleet. Again, Electric Boat, which is in eastern Connecticut, the part of Connecticut that I represent, is a shipyard that's been in existence for about 120 years. We have a submarine base, which is right up the Thames River, that has about 16 attack submarines that operate out of Groton, Connecticut, which is where it's located. Again, it's the oldest submarine base in the U.S. Again, between the shipyard and the base, eastern Connecticut has been, in my opinion, justifiably called the submarine capital of the world. But right now, we're at a place where, again, our country needs to recapitalize an aging fleet of submarines that were built back in the 70s and 80s, and a tremendous amount of work is underway. Last year, Electric Boat hired 5,300 workers, some at the Quonset Point shipyard a little bit further up the coastline in Rhode Island, about 2/3 of it in Connecticut. And again, this picture shows some of the young 18 and 19-year-olds that are part of this effort who are going through career and technical education schools. Some of the regular comprehensive high schools I've also created career pathways to teach people how to be welders, electricians, outside machinists, shipwrights. And again, this is the group, just some of the group that were, again, hired this past spring. If you can see closely, these are 18 and 19-year-olds. And again, they may go to college at some other point in their lives, but at this point, they're about to get a badge and a security pass so that they can go on and be part of this amazing effort, which again is a platform that the Pentagon and the U.S. Navy has identified as the most critical program and procurement program in the defense budget. Last year, we entered into an agreement with the government of Australia and the government of the United Kingdom called AUKUS, which again is about trying to strengthen collaboration between the three countries to push back what's going on in the Indo-Pacific region, where China is exercising totally illegal efforts to control the maritime space. And the one platform which, again, they cannot solve is nuclear-powered submarines. So Australia has made a commitment to put $360 billion over the next 10 years because they have an aging diesel-electric fleet to replace them with nuclear-powered submarines. And those boats are going to be built by these young people that are here, and also those that, because of the Hire Hartford event that we were at just a few days ago, are going to now be recruited as part of this effort. My friend in the chair represents the state of Alabama. They're part of that effort as well. Austell Shipyard is now going to do steel fabrication to build these amazing vessels. Again, a Columbia-class submarine, which is the new ballistic subs, are 20,000 tons. The Virginia attack submarines, which are, again, the ones that carry conventional weapons and get in and out of places that, again, the Chinese Navy can't find, those are 7,800 tons. These are tremendous wonders of modern technology incorporating nuclear power. Again, obviously the state-of-the-art weapon systems that we need to create real deterrence, and the talented crews that, again, do amazing work even at a young age. So Hire Hartford, which expands the radius of recruitment out of eastern Connecticut into the central part of the state, again, was part of the program that we had this past Wednesday, which is going to incorporate, again, the high schools, the job training programs for young adults, the University of Connecticut School of Engineering, which is training, again, a lot of the new engineers that are part of this effort. And it's all going to come together, again, all across the country, because we need to make this a national effort to make sure that we have the Navy, that we need in the 21st century. I want to congratulate all the organizers of this event, led by the Navy, the Submarine Industrial Base Coalition, which we just funded with a supplemental bill just a few weeks ago, as well as, again, the shipbuilders, the amazing men and women who are doing so much work to protect our nation. With that, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Kustoff, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor and thank Edward Ed Gardner Haley of Shelby County for his long career of public service to West Tennessee. Now, Mr. Speaker, everyone just knows him as Ed. Ed recently announced that he's going to end his long career in public service. Ed is a West Tennessean through and through. He grew up in North Shelby County, just outside of Millington, and graduated from Millington Central High School in 1956. Now, before starting his career in government, Ed spent 8 years in the United States Air Force, 4 years on active duty, 4 years in the reserves. He then worked for the U.S. Postal Service and then with DuPont. Now, in his nearly 5 decades of public service to our community, he's held a lot of titles. City manager for the city of Millington, superintendent for the town of Arlington, representative in the Tennessee General Assembly, and airman first class in the United States Air Force. Ed is also the proud husband to his wife, Kay, and a loving father, grandfather, and great-grandfather. And also a special shout out to Gracie. Now, in 2014, Ed announced his retirement serving the town of Arlington. That was just a false alarm. Given his long history in Millington, he couldn't refuse Millington Mayor Terry Jones' offer to be the new city manager in Millington. Now, Millington is also home to Ed Haley. And today, he says he's retiring for good. He recently told the Daily Memphian, quote, "I'm not going to quit working, but I'm really retiring." It all started in 1973 when Ed accepted a job with Shelby County government working in safety. He worked under the county's first ever mayor, Roy Nixon, who took office in 1976. And Ed served various roles in Shelby County government for 27 years when he left to become Arlington's town superintendent. Now, in between all that, Ed served as a Millington alderman from 1972 to 1990, and he was then elected to the State House of Representatives. Ed served 3 terms in the Tennessee General Assembly. In classic Ed fashion, he agreed to stay in Arlington and lead for 3 years, but he ended up staying for 14 years. Then he returned home to Millington, and you guessed it, another 3-year contract. He stayed for 9 more years. Ed has always had an open door policy, and he wanted to hear from anyone and everyone that had a problem. Ed is a fix-it type of guy. And in my opinion, if you looked in the dictionary under public servant, there would be a photo of Ed Haley. Oftentimes, Ed would do whatever he needed to do, whether that was mowing a lawn for somebody or providing a meal to someone in need. Everyone who's ever met or worked with Ed has been touched by how much he truly cares about people and his community. When Ed started this final tour in Millington, he drove around the city taking pictures and putting together a list of 52 projects he thought would improve the community. It took him a few years to complete the projects, but he finished every single one of them. Ed, congratulations on a job well done. Kay, thank you as well. On behalf of our community, thank you for your lifetime of public service. Ed is really a good friend, and he's a good man. Roberta and I wish you the best in your next chapter coming up. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Kennedy, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention have proposed a set of new rules slated to begin on August 1st, which would make it burdensome and costly for dog owners to cross the U.S.-Canada border with their pets. Residents along border communities like mine, who routinely cross the northern border to see family, friends, visit parks, or stay at vacation cottages, have objected to these new provisions, and I have as well, in written, email, and telephone communications with the CDC. In response, I'm pleased that this week the CDC has indicated to my office that they will be relaxing some of these requirements in advance of implementation. While this is a welcome improvement, I will also introduce legislation that would permanently pause the rules. These new restrictions are an unnecessary overreach imposed on responsible pet owners. I will continue to fight to ensure our canine family members aren't forced to be left behind. Mr. Speaker, I rise to commend David Krug upon his retirement from the City of Buffalo's Department of Permits and Inspection Services, which he joined in 1986. At the department, David has provided excellent service to the citizens of Buffalo, ensuring that each project is given the time and attention it deserves and that the job is done right. As the coordinator of plans, he always took the time to lend a helping hand to colleagues, assisting them in finding solutions to a myriad of code-related matters. He was the go-to person within the office, thanks to his positive attitude and expert knowledge of city and state law. In his 4 decades of service, David served under 9 different commissioners, issued tens of thousands of permits, witnessed the construction of large-scale projects, and played a pivotal role in the drafting and implementation of the Green Code, Buffalo's first rewrite of its zoning ordinance in decades. A loyal and active member of AFSCME Local 650, David is a leader among his city workforce colleagues, serving as a shining example of public service at its best. After decades of loyal and diligent service, David will be able to spend more time with his children, Liz and Abby, both firefighters, and his beloved granddaughter, Addison. I congratulate David Krug on a career well spent and wish him well as he enters this new, rewarding chapter in his life. Godspeed to David Krug upon his retirement. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize the heroism of Mr. Josh Redfield, a longtime employee of Tops Markets in the town of Cheektowaga and a member of the United Food and Commercial Workers International Union. On July 6th, Mr. Redfield went into work as he would any other day, nothing out of the ordinary, until a customer told him that someone needed help in the parking lot. Josh immediately dropped everything. He found a shopper in her car who had lost consciousness. Lynn Constantino, a retired nurse with diabetes, was doing her morning errands when she began to feel a little lightheaded and, as she put it, a little wonky. When Mr. Redfield found her, her blood sugar was dangerously low. He took command of the situation, ultimately saving her life. Thanks to his fast thinking and prompt action to wake up Mrs. Constantino, alert store staff of the incident, direct a fellow employee to call an ambulance, and facilitate medical personnel to the car, all while under pressure. Because of his action, Ms. Constantino is here with us today. As Ms. Constantino put it, Josh Redfield is a guardian angel and a testament to the character of those who call the City of Good Neighbors home. We recognize the heroism of Mr. Josh Redfield here today in the United States Congress. I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. McCormack, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to remind this body that our role as members of Congress is not just to pass laws and allocate funding. We are the people's house because we are the closest to the people. We have the most crucial duty to oversee the executive branch and hold the bureaucracy accountable for their actions. Since the founding of our nation, this oversight function has been a cornerstone of our democracy. Yet, time and time again, we see witnesses from the executive branch refusing to answer the questions of the people. They quibble over details and dodge questions. Our hearings have become political theater. Witnesses act like teenagers caught out after curfew, and the deep state evades the constitutional oversight authority that the People's House is supposed to yield. This authority is the way our founders intended to keep the federal bureaucracy in check. Enough is enough. This cannot continue. It is time to take a stand and restore the power of the People's House. We must ensure that the men and women who would act like rulers over the American people, despite never being elected, and then intentionally withhold information from the United States Congress, finally face consequences. Under Title II of current law, their duplicity is already illegal. Refusing to answer the people's questions that are deemed pertinent to the question under inquiry is currently punishable by a fine or imprisonment. The application of this law, however, has been lost to history. Just this year, Attorney General Merrick Garland, FBI Director Christopher Wray, Department of Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, and many others blatantly and boldly violated the law and have gleefully and unabashedly refused to answer questions in hearing after hearing. They have zero respect for the American people and no fear of the United States Congress. At a hearing on June 4th, Attorney General Garland was asked if the Supreme Court's then pending decision on obstruction charges would change the Department of Justice actions in prosecutions related to January 6th. Garland's response was, "I don't answer hypotheticals." In November of last year, at the hearing of Homeland Security Committee, Secretary Mayorkas simply refused to answer when asked by the vice chairman guest how many daily apprehensions constituted a crisis at the southern border. Just today, the Director of Secret Service, Dr. Kimberly Cheadle, refused to answer nearly every single question she was asked from members on both sides of the aisle about the egregious security failures of July 13th. This is what we have experienced over and over again. That is why I'm introducing the Stop the Swamp Act. Our legislation will make it clear that those bureaucrats who refuse to answer the questions of the American people will be permanently disqualified from federal employment. It will further empower committee chairs and ranking members from both parties, to refer cases to the Department of Justice for prosecutions. Lastly, it will give the United States Congress more tools to withhold the salaries of those who obstruct our oversight efforts. We cannot allow the swamp, the entrenched bureaucrats in Washington who believe they know better than the people they are supposed to serve, to continue to dodge the oversight of Congress and rule by fiat over the American people. We must stand up for the American people and demand transparency and honesty from those who serve in our government. Our republic's survival hinges on it. It is time to send a clear message that we will not tolerate any attempts to undermine our oversight role. We are the voice of the people, and we will not be silenced. Together, we can stop the swamp and ensure that our government is truly of the people, by the people, and for the people. With that, I yield.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until 2 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Eternal God, we pray this day that the soul of our colleague and friend, Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, may now rest in peace. In serving you, none of us lives for ourselves. And Congresswoman Jackson Lee has spent her life in relentless pursuit of racial justice, social and economic equity, a champion not just for her constituents, but for all those who need a voice for change. Likewise, in faith, none of us dies for ourselves alone. And though there are many who are now enduring deep grief for her loss, may our deep gratitude for her historic and trailblazing career serve as the seedbed for an enduring legacy of dedicated and impassioned service to this country. Lord of both the dead and the living, inspire us through Sheila Jackson Lee's life, fueled by her warrior spirit, that in her death we would be compelled to take up the fight for liberty and justice for all peoples. Grant Congresswoman Jackson Lee well-deserved rest from her labors, and may your good and faithful servant receive your own well done and the gift of your eternal reward. In the hope that is found in your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Carl.
Please rise and address. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Under Clause 5 of Rule 20, the chair announces to the House that in light of the passing of the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, the whole number of the House is 432. For what purposes does the gentleman from Alabama rise?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that it may be in order at any time on Wednesday, July the 24th, 2024, for the Speaker to declare a recess, subject to the call of the chair for the purpose of receiving a joint meeting with His Excellency Benjamin Netanyahu, Prime Minister of Israel.
Without objection, so ordered. The chair will entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purposes does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to highlight a report that came out last week from Oxfam on the destruction of water and sanitation infrastructure inside of Gaza by Israeli military operations. The Israeli military offensive has amounted to a total siege against the water infrastructure on which civilians rely. The report provides a detailed breakdown of the significant damage to water wells, storage reservoirs, desalination plants, and wastewater facilities. Oxfam's attempt to import critical supplies like water desalination units and repair materials have also been obstructed by Israeli restrictions. The impact on public health has been catastrophic, with reported cases of waterborne diseases skyrocketing. Mr. Speaker, the people of Gaza need a ceasefire now. They need a surge in humanitarian aid and an end to the obstruction of supplies entering Gaza, and for those supplies to be safely delivered to the people of Gaza. President Biden, Prime Minister Netanyahu, you have the power to make this happen. Do it today. I yield back.
The speakers. The chair lays before the House the following enrolled bill.
H.R. 3019, an act to establish an inspections regime for the Bureau of Prisons and for other purposes.
That's it. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
The House will come to order. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass S3249.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 3249, an act to designate the outpatient clinic of the Department of Veterans Affairs in Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, as a Captain Elwyn Shopte's VA clinic.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on S3249.
Without objection.
And Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of S3249, a bill to designate the outpatient clinic of the Department of Veterans Affairs at Wyandotte County, Kansas, the Captain Elwyn Shopte's VA clinic. A son of Kansas, Elwyn Al Shopte's enlisted in the Kansas National Guard after high school and joined the 137th Infantry Regiment. While in the Army, he deployed to Europe during World War II, fought on Omaha Beach, and as part of the Battle of the Bulge. After fighting at Normandy, he received a battlefield commission, receiving a Bronze Star and a Purple Heart for his heroic action. He then went on to volunteer to serve in the Korean War. But after 2 wars, Captain Shopte's wasn't done serving yet. After Korea, Al dedicated his life to community service, advocating for Native Americans and becoming a council member for his tribal nation. Al also was directly involved in creating of the Indian Community Alcoholism Resource Expeditor, or the I Care Recovery Home, which provides life-saving treatment, care, and support for people fighting alcohol abuse. He served as an executive director of the home until he passed away in June 25th, 1992. Al's service to our nation and veterans and Native Americans will not be forgotten. He stands as a great example of what it means to dedicate your life to serving others. Now, I want to thank the sponsor of this bill, my friend from Kansas and the ranking member in the Senate Veterans Affairs Committee, Senator Moran, as well as the entire Kansas delegation. And I urge all of my colleagues to support S3249. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to express my support for S3249, a bill to designate the outpatient clinic of the Department of Veterans Affairs in Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, as the Captain Elwyn Shopte's VA clinic. A member of the Prairie Band Potawatomi Nation, Elwyn Shopte's enlisted in the Kansas National Guard shortly after graduating from high school in 1940. As World War II grew, Mr. Shopte's was mustered into the Army as a corporal and sent to training. By 1941, Corporal Shopte's was in Europe, where he saw combat in Normandy, northern France, and Rhineland. He fought in the Battle of Omaha Beach, and he saw combat again in the Battle of the Bulge, where his regiment rescued soldiers trapped by German combatants. Mr. Shopte's was awarded a Bronze Star for his work in connection with military operations against the Nazis near Herne, Germany in 1945. His courageous actions at Omaha Beach earned him a rare battlefield commission, one of the highest honors that could be bestowed on a combat soldier. After continuing his military service during the Korean War, Mr. Shopte's left the U.S. Army as a captain. Upon returning home, Captain Shopte's dedicated his life to alcoholism prevention programs, including forming the Indian Community Alcoholism Resources Expeditors Recovery Home to help Native Americans combat alcohol abuse and turned their lives around. He continued his important work as the Home's executive director until his passing in 1992. Naming this clinic in his honor is a fitting way to pay tribute to Captain Shapti's heroic commitment to the nation and his service to his community. Mr. Speaker, I support this important piece of legislation, and I ask my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers, and I'm ready to close. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close. So I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I ask all my colleagues to join me in passing S3249 to designate the outpatient clinic of the Department of Veterans Affairs in Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, as the Captain Elwyn Shapti's VA Clinic. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California yields. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I once again encourage all of our members to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. All time for debate having expired, the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 3249? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. For what purpose does the gentleman
Speaker,
from
I request
Illinois?
the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking the vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. Sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7333.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7333, a bill to name the Department of Veterans Affairs Medical Center in West Palm Beach, Florida as the Thomas H. Corey VA Medical Center.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on H.R. 7333.
Without objection.
Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized for 20 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I rise today in support of 7333 to name the Department of Veterans Affairs Medical Center in West Palm Beach, Florida as the Thomas H. Corey VA Medical Center. Sergeant Thomas Corey served as a combat infantry with the U.S. Army and was deployed in Vietnam in May of 1967. In January of 1968, while fighting in the Tet Offensive, he was hit in the neck by an enemy round. The round hit his spinal cord and left him permanently paralyzed. This wound forced him to be medically retired from the Army in May of 1968. Sergeant Corey received a Bronze Star for valor and 2 Purple Hearts for his service. As a veteran, Mr. Corey served on many local governments and VA advisory boards, advocating for veterans with disabilities and disabled veterans. He was a founding member of the Vietnam Veterans of America, West Palm Beach chapter, later becoming its national president. Mr. Corey traveled to Vietnam 16 times after the war, representing Vietnam Veterans of America, POWs, MIA, and Agent Orange initiatives. Thomas Corey was described by his friends and family as a shining light, having a positive attitude and a great sense of humor despite the visible scars and challenges he faced as a result of his service to our great nation. He passed away on June 6, 2022, at the age of 77. By naming the VA Medical Center in his honor, Thomas Corey's service to our nation and our nation's veterans communities will not be forgotten. I want to thank the sponsor of the bill, Representative Mast, as well as the entire Florida delegation who led this effort. I also want to thank Vietnam Veterans of America for their advocacy for this bill. And I urge all of my colleagues to support H.R. 7333. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to express my support for H.R. 7333, a bill to designate the Department of Veterans Affairs Medical Center in West Palm Beach, Florida, as the Thomas H. Corey VA Medical Center. A recipient of the Bronze Star Medal with Valor, 2 Purple Hearts, the Air Medal, the Army Commendation Medal, a Presidential Unit Citation, a Valorous Unit Citation, the Republic of Vietnam Gallantry Cross, and the Combat Infantry Badge. Thomas Corey was a decorated combat veteran and a steadfast advocate for his fellow veterans, for his community, and for peace and reconciliation around the world. A native of Detroit, excuse me, a native of Detroit, Mr. Corey was drafted into the United States Army in December 1966. He was deployed to Vietnam as a squad leader in the 1st Cavalry Division. And on the first day of the Tet Offensive, January 31st, 1968, while engaged in an assault against enemy positions in Quang Tri Province, Mr. Corey was shot in the neck and permanently paralyzed. He was medically retired from the U.S. Army in May 1968. Mr. Corey did not let his injury stop him from working to serve those around him. In 1972, he relocated to West Palm Beach, Florida, where he became a veterans leader and advocate in his local community. Mr. Corey served on advisory boards with his local government, including VA medical centers in Miami and West Palm Beach. In fact, Mr. Corey served over 15 years as an ombudsman and program specialist in the medical center this bill will name in his honor. Mr. Corey's work went far beyond his home in Florida. He was the founding member of Palm Beach County chapter of the Vietnam Veterans of America, and he served on the National Board of Directors for that organization for 20 years, including as a secretary, vice president, and president. And in that role, he returned to Vietnam 16 times, leading an initiative to work with his Vietnamese counterparts to create the fullest possible account of those still missing in action from both sides of the war. He was nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize in recognition of this important work. As president of the Vietnam Veterans Peace Initiative, Mr. Corey was instrumental in building a maternal health clinic to provide medical support for those dealing with the lasting effects of Agent Orange. Mr. Corey's lifelong commitment to serving his country and his fellow veterans must be remembered. As he once put it, quote, "It is so important that the country just takes time to recognize the sacrifice that the men and women that served our country in defending this nation, whether they went off to war or not, they joined the military or were drafted and did their job serving their country because they cared about it. Hopefully, more people will do that, take the time, and let them know and say, thank you for serving. It is so important," end quote. Well, I can think of no better way to thank Mr. Thomas Corey for his important service than to pass this legislation. Mr. Speaker, I support this piece of legislation and ask that my colleagues do the same. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from California reserves. Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Florida, the chief sponsor of this legislation, Representative Math.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Ranking Member. You're recognizing an amazing man with this, and I know both of you believe we wish we could do this for every single veteran. Every single veteran deserves far more, but today is a victory doing it for this veteran. I do rise today in support of my bill, H.R. 7333, to name the Department of Veterans Affairs Medical Center in West Palm Beach, Florida, as the Thomas H. Corey VA Medical Center. I'm going to speak about him as a friend, because he was a friend. And I would say this about him. He exhausted himself in the most worthy cause that he could find. And the most worthy cause that he could find was veterans. Every veteran that he could find from every conflict, every war, not just his war, but anybody that put a flag on their shoulder, that put a uniform on behalf of the United States of America. It gave him a sense of joy, a smile. He was a cheerful giver, whatever he could do for one of our brothers and sisters in arms, and that is how he lived his life every day. Thomas Corey served during the Vietnam War as an Army combat infantryman with the 1st Air Cavalry Division, 1st Battalion, 12th Cavalry. While engaged in an assault against enemy positions during the first day of the Tet Offensive, he was shot in the neck, leaving him permanently paralyzed. Although he had injuries for the rest of his life, he did not let his injuries define him. He overcame his injuries to advocate for others in local, regional, and national veterans organizations every single day going forward there in his life. Tom Corey was a longtime member of Vietnam Veterans of America, founding the Palm Beach County chapter at home in my district. He held multiple leadership roles in the organization, ultimately serving as the president of Vietnam Veterans of America from 2003 to 2005. Mr. Corey was a tireless advocate for our veterans' health care, particularly Vietnam veterans suffering from illnesses attributed to Agent Orange. He worked for 15 years at the West Palm Beach VA Medical Center as an ombudsman, ensuring that veterans receive the highest quality of care day in and day out. And despite all of his efforts advocating for veterans here at home, he never forgot his brothers in arms that were still missing in action. Mr. Corey returned to Vietnam 16 times, leading delegations to meet up with top Vietnamese and Laotian officials, focused on locating and repatriating the remains of those that he served shoulder to shoulder with, along with multiple service medals, including 2 Purple Hearts. Mr. Corey was nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize for his efforts, for his work. Tom Corey has shown the world that no injury was big enough to eclipse his mission to serve others. Naming the West Palm Beach VA in his honor is the least that we can do to honor his legacy of service and his passionate advocacy for veterans. I would like to thank the Florida delegation for their support on this effort, and I urge all of my colleagues to support this legislation. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield you back the remainder of my time. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back.
Mr. Speaker, we have no more speakers, and we're ready to close. I yield back. Reserve.
Gentleman from Illinois reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'll just take a moment. Congressman Mast, I certainly appreciate your bringing to the nation's attention this great American. I am inspired and I'm grateful that we are renaming this facility in Florida in his honor. Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers. I'm prepared to close. And I ask all my colleagues to join me in passing H.R. 7333 to designate the Department of Veterans Affairs Medical Center in West Palm Beach, Florida, as the Thomas H. Corey VA Medical Center. And with that, I yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentleman from California yields back. Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to encourage all of my colleagues to support this piece of legislation. This is exactly why we name our facilities after those veterans who have served to this level. Not only as their time as a veteran, but in the military service, but also in their civilian life. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 7333? Those in favor so signify by saying aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass S. 3285.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 3285, an act to rename the community-based outpatient clinic in the Department of Veterans Affairs in Butte, Montana as a Charlie Dowd VA Clinic.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on S. 3285.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized for 20 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of S. 3285, a bill renaming the community-based outpatient clinic of the Department of Veterans Affairs as in Beto, Montana, as the Charlie Dowd VA Clinic. Charlie Dowd enlisted in the U.S. Navy as a radioman during his senior year of high school in March of 1941. His first duty station was Pearl Harbor, Hawaii. On that fateful morning of December 7, 1941, Charlie was in his bunk and immediately sprung into action at the sound of danger. He ran towards the enemy fire and attempted to shoot down enemy aircraft. Charlie would go on to serve in the Solomon Islands and in New Guinea, in the New Guinea campaign during the war, earning 7 Bronze Star medals for his service. Listen to that, 7 Bronze Stars. After he left the Navy, he returned to his home state of New York, where he served his community again as a high school teacher. After serving as a sailor and a teacher, Charlie retired to Anaconda, Montana, where he spent his sunset years fishing and hunting. Montana's last Pearl Harbor survivor died peacefully at age of 99 on March 17, 2023. Charlie is a testament to the American bravery, and I am proud to support this bill so that his story of service will continue to be told for generations of Americans. Now, I want to thank the sponsor of this legislation, Senator Daines, and my friend, Mr. Zinke, as well as Representative Rosendale and their entire Montana delegation for leading this effort. I urge all of my colleagues to support S. 3285. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. Gentleman is recognized. Mr. Speaker, I rise to express my support for S. 3285, a bill to designate the community-based outreach clinic of the Department of Veterans Affairs in Butte, Montana, as the Charlie Dowd VA Clinic. Charlie Dowd was Montana's last known survivor of the attack on Pearl Harbor. Charlie Dowd had just settled into his cot after a long night shift in the early hours of December 7, 1941. Without hesitation, the 17-year-old Dowd leaped into action at the sound of the bombs, sprinting from the barracks to the armory in only his T-shirt and trousers. There he retrieved his rifle and fired at low-flying enemy torpedo bombers, some of the first American shots fired in World War II. Mr. Dowd continued his service aboard Navy fighting vessels in the Solomon Islands and New Guinea. Never one to back away from the challenge, Charlie earned the moniker Devil Dog Dowd from his shipmates, who saw him volunteer for the most dangerous assignments time and time again. Mr. Dowd was honored with 7 Bronze Star medals before his honorable discharge from the military service. Returning to his home of Rochester, New York, Dowd worked as a mason and contractor. He eventually relocated to Dunellen, Florida, where after completing his degree at the University of Florida, he became a high school teacher. Mr. Dowd shared his knowledge of industrial arts and drafting with his students, helping them to design and build residential houses and even commercial buildings, and reinvesting the profits of these projects into the school and the local community. In recognition of his inspiring and transformative work, he was promoted to Regional Director for Building Trades at the Florida Public School System to expand the success throughout Florida. Mr. Dowd was an advocate for his fellow veterans and worked to preserve the memory of the events of World War II as an active member of the Pearl Harbor Survivors Association. After a long career in Florida, Mr. Dowd retired to Anaconda, Montana in 1984. Mr. Dowd passed away in 2023 at the age of 99. Mr. Speaker, I support this important piece of legislation and ask that my colleagues do the same. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to yield 2 minutes at this time to the gentleman from Montana, Representative Rosendale.
The The gentleman from Montana is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize, honor, and remember the extraordinary life of an American hero, Charlie Dowd, who truly embodied the Montana spirit of patriotism, courage, and hard work. Heroes like Charlie Dowd are what make America a beacon of hope here and abroad. Through his exemplary and selfless service to our great nation during the attack on Pearl Harbor at just 17 years of age, and his continued defense of our country in the Solomon Islands and New Guinea as a member of the United States Navy, Charlie undoubtedly faced the horrors of war and remained committed to defending our nation despite the uncertainty and life-threatening challenges. After serving, Charlie was an active member of the Pearl Harbor Survivors Association, where he continued to provide care for his fellow veterans and was recognized as the last survivor of Pearl Harbor attack living in Montana. Charlie's legacy deserves to be honored, admired, and preserved. By establishing the new VA clinic in Butte to be named in his honor, we can ensure that future generations of Montanans will remember the greatest generation and Charlie's legacy. Naming the facility that provides care for thousands of veterans across the Treasure State in Charlie's honor would be a worthy accolade for his bravery and service to our great nation. Charlie Dowd devoted his life to defending freedoms, serving our veterans, and strengthening Montana communities. By passing this legislation today, the memory of him and his heroic acts of patriotism will be truly memorialized. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate, Ranking Member Takano, your support for this legislation. I hope my colleagues will do the same. I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, we have no more speakers, and I'm prepared to close, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserved. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, always moved, and it's always moved by poignancy, by the poignant examples of veterans who, once they take off their uniforms after valiant service, still go on to serve our country and serve their communities. And Charlie Dowd is certainly an example of that, and especially deserving of the honor of having the community-based outpatient clinic at the Department of Veterans Affairs in Butte, Montana, having that named as the Charlie Dowd VA Clinic. So I ask all my colleagues to join me in passing Senate Bill 3285. I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close, and I yield back the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, as the other people that have been mentioned in these previous pieces of legislation, there's a reason why we name our facilities after these men. Charlie Dowd was an amazing person who stood up for this nation and truly pursued the American dream and served the nation those almost 100 years of his life. I ask all of my colleagues to support this legislation, and with that I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 325? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7377 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7377, a bill to amend the Federal Oil and Gas Royalty Management Act of 1982 to improve the management of royalties from oil and gas leases and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Ledger Fernandez, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 7377, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 7377, the Royalty Resiliency Act. H.R. 7377, introduced by Congressman Hunt, addresses issues in existing law with respect to how oil and gas royalties are paid to the federal government. When an oil and gas project involving a federal lease cannot be independently developed because of other state or private assets, the Bureau of Land Management utilizes communitization agreements, or CAs. Although the BLM is required by law to approve CAs within 120 days of receipt, the agency has failed to meet this standard, with operators experiencing wait times of up to 3 years. Currently, the Office of Natural Resources Revenue, or ONRR, often referred to as Honor, requires oil and gas operators to pay 100% royalty for projects while they await BLM approval of a CA, even if only a fraction of their project involves federal lands or minerals. As a result, many operators end up significantly overpaying royalties while they wait years for the BLM approval. This bill provides a common sense fix that would allow operators to pay a royalty to Honor that is based on the apportionment in their proposed CA. This bill would not reduce the obligation owed by companies, but would prevent overpayments that unnecessarily lock up capital and create a bureaucratic mess for the Department of Interior. Furthermore, in the rare case that a proposed royalty is found to be incorrect when the CA is approved, the bill requires the leasee to pay the government within 3 months. I would also like to note that the Committee on Natural Resources worked with the BLM to finalize this bill, and it is supported by the Department of Interior. This bill will benefit operators as well as federal and state government while ensuring a fair and more predictable regulatory environment. I urge my colleagues to join me in support of H.R. 7377, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Ledger Fernandez, is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to join my colleague, Chairman Westerman, in support of H.R. 7377, the Royalty Resiliency Act, sponsored by my colleague, Representative Hunt. I have to say, not many oil and gas bills make it through the Natural Resources Committee by unanimous consent and to the floor on suspension. So I commend my colleague for working on this reasonable technical fix that has the support of the Biden administration. This represents how we should, in fact, get things done, where we come together, where we work things out, where we include the BLM so that we understand how to get the technical fix done. As noted, under current law, oil and gas lessees on land that is partially federally owned and partially owned by the state or private owners need to get a communization agreement, or CA, approved by the Department of the Interior, which outlines how much of the royalty payment should be paid to each landowner. While a lessee is waiting for approval on that CA from the Department of Interior, they pay 100% of the royalties to the federal government, even in cases where the federal government does not own 100% of the land. When the CA is finally approved, then the state or private landowners get reimbursed for their share of the royalty payments. However, some Bureau of Land Management field officers are so understaffed right now that they have reportedly taken 800 days in some cases to approve a CA, resulting in a delay or loss of royalties to states who rightfully deserve those funds. For an example, in New Mexico, we have hundreds of oil and gas lessees on federal lands and state lands. Many of those are in my district in the San Juan and Permian Basin. Indeed, 54% of production in New Mexico impacts federal land. This bill represents a technical fix that would make sure that royalties flow to the state of New Mexico or state of Colorado or the Dakotas or Texas or the many other places where we have these shared land ownership arrangements. Because you know what? Our schools and our school children need that money to flow to them as quickly as possible. Under the bill, rather than paying 100% to the federal government while waiting for approval, a lessee would pay royalties to each landowner in accordance with the lessee's proposal. If that proposal proves to be wrong, the lessee is then required to back pay any missing royalty revenue. Well, I believe we need to work together to find an off-ramp for states and communities that are overly dependent on fossil fuel revenue, and we need to work on diversifying our economies. This legislation is straightforward and common sense. I support the bill. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the lead sponsor of the bill, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Hunt.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of my bill, H.R. 7377, the Royalty Resiliency Act. This legislation is a common sense fix to an accounting problem that has plagued both energy operators and personnel at the Department of Interior for years. Due to a myriad of reasons, including staff shortages and burdensome oversight, BLM has encountered significant delays in approving CAs, costing both the federal government and private industry billions of dollars. Ensuring the Department of Interior completes CAs in a timely fashion is something my office and the administration are continuing to work on. But this piece of legislation fixes an erroneous accounting issue that has been plaguing DOI. Now, we all know that the federal government is not the best at returning your money, and DOI realizes that timely and accurate royalty allocations are not only good for development, but more importantly, they are the fairest way of conducting business. That is why, during a March 6, 2024 House Natural Resources Committee legislative hearing, Benjamin Gruber, Deputy Assistant Director for Energy, Minerals, and Realty Management, supported my legislation. Mr. Gruber stated, and I quote, "The department recognizes the importance of timely approval of units and CAs and supports H.R. 7377. I'd also like to take a moment to recognize and thank my amazing team and Natural Resources, along with Eric Haley, who was on my staff. Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time, and thank you."
Yields.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, during the Biden administration, we have had historic oil and gas production with many more leases coming online. And so this kind of legislation is precisely needed to make sure that we get the royalty revenues to where they should go, especially with all of the new leases that have come on. I have no further requests for time, and we are also prepared to close.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Arkansas is now recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves.
I continue to reserve, and I urge my colleagues, to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Arkansas is
Thank you,
recognized.
Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Texas, Mr. Hunt, for his work on this bill. H.R. 7377 will provide greater regulatory certainty and fairness in royalty management. I would also like to thank the minority for their cooperation in passing this common sense bill. I urge my colleagues to join us in support of H.R. 7377, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7377 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Does the gentleman from Iowa seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 2969, the Financial Technology Protection Act of 2023, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 2969, a bill to establish an independent financial technology working group to combat terrorism and illicit financing and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Nunn, and the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Nickel, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Iowa.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of the Financial Technology Protection Act of 2023. Blockchain technology and digital assets are here to stay, and we need an environment in which they can grow in the United States without being exploited by our adversaries. The transparent and traceable nature of this technology improves law enforcement's abilities to combat cybercrime and to recover funds fueling our enemies today. These insights have led to massive forfeitures, seizures of illicit funds, and high-profile prosecutions that help every American. Last year, the U.S. government utilized this technology to recover over $30 million in stolen funds from the Lazarus Group, a North Korean hacking entity. In this same year, the Israeli government and their authorities used blockchain to recover roughly $1.7 million from the Hezbollah terrorist group financed by Iran. Mr. Speaker, as the former National Counterintelligence Officer for Cyber, I have also seen firsthand how this technology can be exploited by terrorist groups and our adversaries for illicit money and laundering, a direct threat to U.S. national security. And that's why I introduced the Financial Technology Protection Act along with my colleague on the other side of the aisle, Representative Himes from Connecticut. This bipartisan bill establishes a working group of key federal government departments, intelligence agencies, private organizations, and their innovation, as well as private sector experts to combat terrorism and illicit financing on digital platforms. The working group will consist of experts to develop legislative and regulatory proposals to tackle anti-money laundering and address security risk, as well as prevent illicit financing activity right here in the United States. These efforts are critical in protecting our financial systems from bad actors and our adversaries alike, including those nation-states like the People's Republic of China and the Russian Federation. Passing this legislation, I believe, is crucial in strengthening America's national security, protecting our digital assets, and ensuring the next generation of financial and internet technology is built right here in America. This is a common sense piece of legislation, and it passed out of the Financial Services Committee unanimously. I would also like to thank our colleagues across the rotunda, including Senator Budd, for his leadership on this legislation. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I would urge my colleagues to support my bipartisan Financial Technology Protection Act for the sake of America and for our innovative future. Thank you. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 2969, the Financial Technology Protection Act of 2023, sponsored by my colleague from the great state of Iowa and Representative Himes. As its sponsors recognize the benefits offered by emerging financial technologies, including digital assets, peer-to-peer technology, and blockchain-based exchanges, can be a boon to consumers and industry, providing speedy transactions, anonymity, and lower costs. It's important that we encourage this innovation here in the United States. These same traits, however, can be abused by bad actors for laundering money and obscuring ownership and source of funds, allowing traffickers, terrorists, kleptocrats, and other bad actors to move and hide their operational assets and the proceeds of their crimes. This bill establishes a public-private independent financial technology working group to combat terrorism and illicit financing, to make related recommendations to Congress for new financial crime legislation and regulations. All members of this body should support efforts to detect and deter illicit finance while encouraging responsible innovation that will propel our country and economy into the future. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my friend on the other side of the aisle, Representative Nichols, my colleague from North Carolina. This has been a great work of bipartisanship that it impacts not only the future of our country, your and my futures, the future of America, and all these young kids up here today watching this take place. With that, I'd now like to recognize my very good friend from Texas, Representative Monica Dela Cruz for 2 minutes.
Thank you so much for yielding, my friend. We live in an increasingly interconnected world with new and emerging technologies, changing how we conduct business with one another and exchange currency. Blockchain technology and digital assets are a key component of this. This new technology is here to stay and needs an environment in which it can continue to grow and thrive in the United States. At the same time, Congress needs to ensure that law enforcement has the tools they need to combat new threats arising from this technology. The Financial Technology Protection Act will help accomplish that goal. H.R. 2969 establishes an independent financial technology working group that is focused on combating illicit finance using financial technologies, including digital assets. The working group established by this act will conduct research on illicit finance and will use that knowledge to develop legislative and regulatory proposals to counter money laundering, terrorist financing, and other threats to the U.S. so that our families are more secure and money is cut off from illicit enterprises. This bill is good governance. It is bipartisan. It is a cooperative effort to address real problems in our country, and I am happy to support it and vote in favor of it on the House floor. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 2969, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Iowa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my colleague, Representative Dela Cruz, not only for your incredible work in Texas, but for what you're doing on the Financial Services Committee to really help protect our nation. With that, Mr. Speaker, I would ask my friend, Representative Nichols, if he has any additional speakers or if he would yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers and am prepared to close on this bipartisan legislation if my friend from the great state of Iowa has no further speakers.
Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of the time. I again urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Iowa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to all my colleagues on the House Financial Services. This has truly been a team effort. I would just remind the entire body, as well as my fellow Americans, that blockchain technology, digital assets, and other financial technology products are here to stay, and they will be an intricate part of our future. Together, we need an environment where they can grow safely, right here in America. We must move them smartly, innovatively, and made in the U.S. At the same time, we must stay one step ahead of bad actors, terrorists, and others who want to exploit our financial system to engage in illicit activity or worse, terrorism or state-sponsored threats. This bill moves us in the right direction, and so I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 2969, and Mr. Speaker, I yield back the remainder of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2969 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Iowa seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7280, the HUD Transparency Act of 2024, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 486, H.R. 7280, a bill to require the Inspector General of the Department of Housing and Urban Development to testify before the Congress annually and for the purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Nunn, and the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Nichols, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Iowa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this bill.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in support of the gentlewoman from Texas and her bill, H.R. 7280, the HUD Transparency Act. Our country is suffering from an affordable housing crisis, particularly in rural areas like rural Texas, rural Iowa, and even rural North Carolina. Across the country, there is a shortage of over 7.3 million affordable and available rental homes for low-income renters. In my home state of Iowa, 10.6% of the population lives below the poverty line, and the average household income is no more than $10,000 or less than the national average. These housing problems are the result of bad policies at the agency overseeing housing, HUD. With 8,500 nationwide employees and an annual budget of more than $75 billion, it is concerning that the HUD Inspector General has highlighted many unacceptable problems at the agency, such as substandard housing conditions and even life-threatening issues with HUD-funded units. It is common sense to require the Inspector General of HUD to testify before Congress at least once per year. We owe it to the families served by HUD and to American taxpayers to create a platform required to be able to continue to shine a bright light on these important issues. Congresswoman Dela Cruz's bill is a positive step forward. It supports the opportunity for an Inspector General of HUD to come before us to detail what's happening and help us find those critical solutions. I urge my colleagues to support the HUD Transparency Act, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 7280, the HUD Transparency Act of 2024, sponsored by Representative Dela Cruz, which would require the Inspector General of the Department of Housing and Urban Development to testify before Congress on an annual basis. While this bill passed out of committee on, again, a bipartisan basis, House Democrats are working to put people over politics, and we urge our Republican counterparts to support real solutions to combat our nation's housing and homelessness crisis, including the Housing Crisis Response Act, the Ending Homelessness Act, and the Down Payment Toward Equity Act, offered by Ranking Member Maxine Waters earlier this Congress. This comprehensive package of bills would help spur the development over 1 million affordable homes to help bring down rents, curb rising homelessness, and revive the dream of homeownership for all. These are the types of solutions our constituents are calling on us to advance as they continue to face the crushing blow of housing inflation. I'd also note that I recently introduced the Keep Housing Affordable Act, which would bolster the low-income housing tax credit to incentivize developers to maintain the affordability of housing units for extended periods and boost the supply of affordable housing. This, Mr. Speaker, is one of the main issues for my constituents in North Carolina, the high cost of housing. We were supposed to be considering another bill on the floor today, H.R. 7462, the Wildlife Insurance Coverage Act of 2024, sponsored by Ranking Member Waters. This bill is a common-sense measure to direct the Government Accountability Office to study the reasons why insurance companies are exiting states and refusing to provide insurance against wildfire perils. This bill passed the committee by a broadly bipartisan vote of 47-2, but unfortunately Republican leadership pulled the vote. They didn't think Congress should understand why folks are losing their insurance coverage or what we can do about it. Over the last week, communities across the country have been experiencing record heat waves as wildfires continue to ravage communities from California to Texas to Hawaii, Oklahoma, and Virginia. I hope the Speaker will quickly reconsider this ill-advised decision to pull the bill so we can bring the bill to the floor. Again, it passed 47-2 out of committee. I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. Gentleman from Iowa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank Representative Nichols. I'd like to associate myself with many of your remarks and recognize that there is a great opportunity to continue to work forward in a bipartisan way to help address the particularly rural housing shortage across America. With that, Mr. Speaker, I would now like to recognize the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Dela Cruz, for as much time as she may consume.
Thank you to my friend for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I stand before you to urge the passage of my bill H.R. 7280, the HUD Transparency Act of 2024. I want to thank the bipartisan co-sponsors of this common sense legislation aimed at enhancing the oversight and efficiency of the Department of Housing and Urban Development. For too long now, Congress has been without a formal oversight mechanism for HUD and specific to the HUD Inspector General prior to the 118th Congress. It had been nearly 5 years since an official from HUD OIG testified. H.R. 7280 provides long overdue, consistent oversight by mandating the Inspector General of HUD testify annually before Congress. Given the magnitude of federal dollars allocated to HUD, we know the housing affordability discussion cannot be had effectively without HUD's commitment to being responsible stewards of our tax dollars. And this is not a partisan issue. It is about ensuring that those who need HUD benefits can receive them. This legislation will enable the Inspector General to provide essential insights and recommendations to Congress, facilitating informed decision-making and timely adjustments to HUD's programs. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting the passage of the HUD Transparency Act. Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask my friend whether there are any additional speakers on the other side or if the gentleman is prepared to yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers and am prepared to close if my friend from Iowa has no further speakers.
Prepared to close.
North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time. I support this bipartisan bill, but also remind my Republican colleagues that we must come together to advance real solutions to the worsening housing and homelessness crisis. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Iowa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to just recognize the incredible work by Congresswoman Dela Cruz in only her freshman year already standing on the front line of taking care of not only her constituents, but recognizing this threat across the country, the challenges it posed, and offering a real solution that has earned overwhelmingly bipartisan support from the House Financial Services Committee and the team there. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'd urge all my colleagues on the House floor today to support H.R. 7280, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7280 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. No, it's fine. You might, sometimes my Does the gentlewoman from Wyoming seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill S-3706, the Victims' Voices Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 3706, an act to amend Section 3663A of Title 18, United States Code, to clarify that restitution includes necessary and reasonable expenses incurred by a person who has assumed the victim's rights.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Hageman, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Wyoming.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on S 3706.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the bill we are here to pass today brings much-needed support to crime victims across the country. The bipartisan and bicameral Victims' Voices Outside and Inside the Courtroom Effectiveness Victims' Voices Act passed the Senate through unanimous consent. I am proud to be the House lead on this important legislation. I'd like to thank my friend and colleague across the aisle, Representative Lucy McBath, for her work on this legislation and for her continued advocacy on behalf of victims. I would also like to take a moment to remember and acknowledge Ms. Jackson Lee. She was a co-sponsor of the bill and a longtime advocate for the rights of crime victims. My thoughts and prayers go out to her family. The purpose of the Victims' Voices Act is simple. It assures fairness for all crime victims in accessing and receiving restitution from convicted defendants. Supporting victims and holding criminals accountable has always been a top priority of Congress. In 1996, the Mandatory Victims Restitution Act was signed into law and required that defendants convicted of certain crimes, including violent crime, to pay restitution to their victims. These types of restitution can include lost income, child care costs incurred while participating in the investigation, or medical and non-medical care and treatment. In cases where a victim is a minor, deceased, or unable to act on their own behalf, a family member, legal guardian, or a person appointed by the court may assume the victim's rights. However, many jurisdictions have wrongfully ruled these individuals are precluded from receiving restitution for their own lost income or expenses. To think parents lovingly caring for their child who was a victim of a crime may not receive compensation for taking time off of work to help their child heal. Family members whose loved ones did not survive a brutal attack may not receive restitution. This is wrong. We should be thanking these brave and thoughtful citizens, and instead the government is casting them aside. This is an especially concerning issue in crimes of violence and in tribal communities, like my district, where locating and protecting missing and exploiting women and children is a major challenge. I urge the passage of this bill, and with that, I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, S37, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, S3706, the Victims' Voices Outside and Inside the Courtroom Effectiveness Act, or the Victims' Voices Act, is bipartisan legislation that would amend the Mandatory Victims Restitution Act to make certain family members, friends, legal guardians, and others eligible to receive repayment for expenses incurred as a result of helping victims of crime seek justice and restorative care. While the intention of the MVRA is to ensure that victims of violent crime, crimes against property, and other crimes are compensated by defendants for their losses, the limitations placed on who may receive restitution can create unfair consequences for those who have provided much-needed support to victims. That is why it has become necessary for Congress to consider the broader impact of the diverse judicial interpretations of the MVRA on those individuals who play a vital role in helping victims recover and heal. Victims of crime often experience a range of emotional, physical, and psychological challenges that can make it difficult to navigate the complex legal and therapeutic processes involved in pursuing justice and healing. In the wake of these crimes, particularly violent crimes, support from family members, friends, legal guardians, and others is crucial for victims not only to actively participate in the investigation and prosecution of their cases, but to receive the medical care, psychological treatment, and other support services that they so desperately need. These exceptional people play a critical role in providing comfort and assistance to victims of crime, which requires significant time and effort. Oftentimes, mothers, fathers, sisters, brothers, guardians, and best friends take on the daunting responsibility of transporting their loved ones over several weeks and months, or sometimes even years, to meet with investigators and prosecutors or to receive treatment, therapy, or other services. They sit through months-long trials, sentencing hearings, and other court proceedings alongside their traumatized loved ones, providing support and encouragement while spending countless hours away from their jobs, needing additional child care, and spending huge amounts of money on travel. Unfortunately, several jurisdictions have refused to allow repayment of the money spent or not earned by family members and others who they have determined do not meet the MVRA's definition of, quote, victim. Despite recognizing the good policy reasons for allowing a court to order reimbursement to a victim's representative for such expenditures, the 6th, 8th, and 10th Circuits, as well as many lower courts, have held that the language of the MVRA limits restitution to losses incurred only by victims and not by those who help them. We must not allow this injustice to persist. It is therefore necessary that Congress makes clear that family members and others should receive compensation for the costs they have incurred as a result of aiding victims of crime as they traverse the lengthy and often overwhelming path to justice. This legislation would satisfy this objective by clarifying that restitution should be made to family members and others in the same manner as victims for lost income, child care, transportation, and other expenses incurred to participate in an investigation or prosecution, attend proceedings, or transport the victim for medical care, treatment, or therapy. By ensuring that courts are authorized to order restitution in this manner, this legislation would encourage the provision of support to victims and ensure perpetrators of crime are made to pay for all of the losses they cause while advancing fairness, accountability, and justice. I want to commend the sponsor of the House version of this bill, Ms. Hageman, along with her bipartisan lead co-sponsors, Representatives Lucy McBath, Hank Johnson, and Nathaniel Moran, for their efforts along with the Senate sponsors of this bill. I encourage my colleagues to join me and a broad coalition of victims advocacy groups and law enforcement in support of this thoughtful bipartisan legislation. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Wyoming is recognized.
Those families of victims of crime should not be discriminated against. Our men and women in blue agree. This legislation is endorsed and supported by law enforcement organizations and victims' rights groups, including the National District Attorneys Association, RAVEN, National Children's Alliance, Major County Sheriffs of America, RAIN, and the National Native American Law Enforcement Association. Let's work together by lightening the burden for victims and their families and making it easier to finally access justice. Again, I want to thank Representative McBath for co-leading this bill with me in the House, and thank Senator Cornyn for his leadership on this important effort in the Senate. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on S 3706. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
I have no further speakers. I'm prepared to close.
Prepared to close.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, family members, legal guardians, and others work closely with victims of crime as they work to resolve the trauma of their victimization and the offenses committed against them. Having a strong support system can help victims feel empowered and less isolated in their experiences, which can ultimately strengthen their resolve to participate in the investigation and prosecution of the crime and to seek treatment for injuries seen and unseen. S 3706, the Victims' Voices Act, would authorize courts to order defendants to pay restitution not only to victims of crime for their losses, but also to others for the costs they incur as they stand with victims in the pursuit of justice. I support this bipartisan legislation, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentlelady from Wyoming is recognized.
The victims and their families should receive full restitution when they are the victims of crimes. It's for that reason that I have supported and am sponsoring S 3706, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. With that, I yield.
Gentlelady yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 3706? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid.
I need to request the yeas and nays.
The gentlelady requests the yeas and nays. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass Senate Bill 227, the Improve Access to Courts Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 227, an act to amend Title 28 United States Code to provide an additional place for holding court for the Pecos Division of the Western District of Texas and for the purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from California, Mr. Issa, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials on Senate Bill 227.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, Americans depend on the federal court system to protect their rights and obtain relief when their rights are violated. They also are where criminals are prosecuted, highlighting the importance of making our communities safer. That's why improving and ensuring accessibility to courts for our citizens is so important. This important bill adds 4 words to the United States Code, just 4, to save thousands of Americans in Texas and Washington from having to make long, burdensome trips just to reach the nearest federal courthouse. The bill authorized federal courts in the Western District of Texas and Western District of Washington to hold court in Alpine, Texas, and Mount Vernon, Washington, respectively. Both Alpine and Mount Vernon already have existing facilities necessary to hold court, so the cost of the bill is little or nothing. By authorizing these districts to utilize their locations already built, we will reduce the administrative burdens on the court system and logistic burdens on which businesses count. For example, the Judicial Conference of the United States has noted that Americans in the Western District of Texas must drive as far as 100 miles to reach the courthouse in Pecos, Texas. The Judicial Conference identified similar hardship for Americans in the Western District of Washington. That's why I support this common sense, bipartisan legislation and urge both sides of the aisle to do the same. And I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the Improving Access to Our Courts Act would amend Title 28 of the United States Code to provide an additional place for holding court in the Western District of Texas and in the Western District of Washington. These additional courthouses are needed to better serve the 12.2 million people who call these 2 districts home. Both districts are comprised of wide areas of land. The Western District of Washington takes up half of Washington state, and the Western District of Texas covers the western 68 counties of the state, which is over 92,000 square miles and is so large that it is in 2 separate time zones. Consequently, the citizens of these 2 districts often need to travel for hours to access the courthouse doors. On paper, our basic rights do not change depending on where we live. Yet in practice, that is exactly what is happening. It makes no sense that just because someone lives in a more rural, expansive district, they should incur dramatically increased travel time and administrative costs to seek justice. Adding courthouses is a small step in the right direction towards making the judicial system accessible to all Americans, no matter where they live. The Judicial Conference has recommended the addition of these 2 courthouses, a recommendation that grew even more urgent after the Western District of Washington's Bellingham facility had part of its roof collapse. This country cannot have a flourishing justice system when its buildings are falling apart, its staff are underpaid, and there is a perpetual shortage of judges to fairly administer the laws. This bill will not fix all of these problems, but it will take a small step to help millions of Americans gain equal access to justice, and I think it is a step worth taking. We previously passed the House version of this legislation, and I look forward to once again voting in favor of this important legislation, this time to send it to President Biden's desk. Finally, I thank Representatives Tony Gonzalez, Rick Larson, and Susan Delbene in the House, and Senators Cornyn, Murray, Cruz, and Cantwell in the Senate for working on a bipartisan basis to introduce this legislation to improve the lives of the residents of Texas and Washington. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further individuals to testify at this time and would reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is
I have
recognized.
no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this legislation makes a modest but important change to help improve access to justice for millions of Americans. I thank the sponsors, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Back. The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I join my colleague from New York in urging that this bipartisan bill be passed, and close simply by saying it is seldom that people come before this body saying, I have something that will cost the government little or nothing, but will save Americans a great deal. And with that, I urge support and yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 227? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of Chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed.
Mr. Speaker, on that, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass Senate Bill 4548, the Foreign Extortion Prevention Technical Corrections Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 4548, an act to make technical correction to the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2024 by repealing Section 5101 and enacting an updated version of the Foreign Extortion Prevention Act.
Pursuant to the rule of the gentleman from California, Mr. Issa, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise, extend their remarks, and insert extraneous materials on Senate Bill 4548.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate 4548 makes technical and conforming changes to the Foreign Extortion Prevention Act, which was enacted as part of last year's National Defense Authorization Act. The FEPA was introduced to create a federal offense that would contemplate a Foreign Corruption Practices Act. Again, the Foreign Corruption Practices Act, which has been in place for many years, is the act that the American people rely on to make sure that Americans, no matter where they're doing business, abide by U.S. practices. No bribes, no mislaid funds, and in fact, it is the reason that the United States is the envy of the world when it comes to contracting with our companies. Well, the FCPA prohibits the paying of a bribe to a foreign official. The FEPA prohibits the demanding of a bribe by a foreign official. However, FEPA text that was enacted last year in the NDAA had several flaws. First, the law was added to the domestic bribery statute in Title 18, creating an inconsistency in the sections that are being defined and the elements of the crime. These inconsistencies may prevent the FEPA and domestic bribery statute from operating in the way that Congress intended. Second, there were inconsistencies between the language of the FCPA and the FEPA. Because these statutes are intended to be complementary, parts of them addressing the same problem, we need to harmonize it. For that reason, this technical and conforming change has been brought to the committee's attention. We stand for it, we have reviewed it, and in fact, we hope that all will vote on this. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of S. 4548, the Foreign Extortion Prevention Technical Corrections Act. Last year, we enacted the Foreign Extortion Prevention Act, or FEPA, landmark legislation that would combat kleptocracy and help protect the rule of law. FEPA was the first expansion of our country's anti-bribery and anti-corruption laws in nearly 50 years. This law provides another useful tool to combat corruption and stop it at its source by making it a crime for any foreign official to solicit or accept a bribe from any American person or American company. It was already the law that U.S. persons who offer or pay bribes overseas could be prosecuted, but there was no corresponding law prohibiting foreign entities and officials from demanding or accepting bribes. Foreign corrupt officials too often demand bribes from companies hoping to do business with them. This unethical practice unfairly benefits dishonest companies, granting them a competitive advantage and placing law-abiding companies and citizens, including American ones, at a disadvantage. FIPA changed that by stopping corruption at its source. The passage of FIPA was a watershed moment for our democracy, particularly because research shows that a vast majority of bribe-demanding foreign officials never face consequences in their home countries. FIPA makes it much harder for these foreign officials to cultivate a culture where corruption and bribery are the norm. After FIPA was enacted into law, it became clear that certain technical corrections were necessary to fully effectuate the law. This legislation would make those necessary changes to ensure that our fight to end corruption is well equipped. I was proud to vote for FIPA last year, and I am proud to vote for it again through this bill. I must observe that consideration of this bill is bittersweet today because the House sponsor of FIPA was our late beloved colleague, Sheila Jackson Lee, who we lost just this past weekend. Her impact on this chamber was immeasurable, and she was a champion of so many issues, from criminal justice to voting rights to civil rights and civil liberties and so much more. She was also passionate about fighting against corruption, both at home and abroad, and passage of today's bill would be a small tribute to the mark that she has left on this country and on all of us. I encourage all of my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close and reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I grant myself the balance of my time.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this legislation simply makes technical corrections to the Foreign Extortion Prevention Act, important bipartisan anti-corruption legislation which was enacted last year. This bill has already passed the Senate. I urge all members to support the bill and send it to the President's desk, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the bill before us isn't just another example of the hardworking Sheila Jackson Lee that both of us served with for more than 2 decades. So, in closing, I want to take a moment to pay tribute to the gentlelady, not on my side of the aisle, not always on my side of a vote, but never has our committee had a harder working, more dedicated member, a member who I had the honor of traveling with to many places, including the Middle East, Africa, and elsewhere. She would get up early, she would work late, she would add meetings on top of meetings, even on congressional delegations that seemed to be filled beyond the possibility of doing it all. I don't remember a piece of legislation in which she wasn't prepared to opine on it with accuracy and proper briefing, and I don't remember an opportunity missed to offer an amendment or a need for greater transparency. So I join with my colleague, Mr. Nadler, in saying she will be missed. She will be missed because nobody could have had somebody more interested in transparency, in proper reporting, and, quite frankly, the importance of this body. She was a person of the House, and she will be missed. And with that, I urge support and yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 4548? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass House Bill 1631, the Pro Codes Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 501, H.R. 1631, a bill to amend Title 17 United States Code to reaffirm the importance of and include requirements for works incorporated by reference into law and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from California, Mr. Issa, and the gentleman from New York, Ms. Nadler, each control 20 minutes. And the
Mr.
chair,
Speaker,
what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek?
I rise to claim the time in opposition, Mr. Speaker.
Is the gentleman from New York opposed? No. The gentlelady is recognized. And the gentlelady will control the time. Gentleman from California, now you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have five legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials into H.R. 1631.
Without objection.
I now yield myself for an opening statement.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this bill is not without controversy. You will see it here today. But this bill couldn't be more important because it maintains the balance that for more than 100 years has allowed people to have access to the right material necessary to understand the complex law of the building code, the fire code, automotive standards, and the like. There have been complaints from one side that we don't go far enough, that we allow any free access to these copyrighted materials. And as you will hear today, there are those who believe that they should all be free, throwing out more than 200 years of tradition that those who produce materials are entitled to their copyright and the protection that comes with that. And with that, for now, I will reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
I rise in opposition to this bill to defend America's right to access, understand, and debate the law. The Pro Codes Act threatens public access to the law and undermines due process by keeping essential legal standards hidden behind restrictive barriers. Instead of providing open access, the bill offers only limited public access. Under this flawed bill, individuals would be forced to forfeit personal information just to view the standards. The standards would not be available in useful formats, preventing users from searching, copy, pasting, printing, downloading, or retweeting. To get full access to the law, some people would have to pay, creating a two-tiered system, a free but limited economy class access, and a full access version for those who can afford to pay. This is neither fair nor just, nor in keeping with our tradition of everybody who is going to be held accountable under the law has to be able to fully access the law. Despite bipartisan concerns, we had no hearings. We had multiple failed Judiciary Committee markups, and finally a sparsely attended markup. Some are working to rush the Pro Codes Act through here in this suspension format. Ranking Member Nadler himself, although he supports the bill, did note during the markup that since we began consideration of this legislation, we missed many opportunities to strengthen the bill through a better process. If there was a compromise to be had, we would not know, because unfortunately we were not given an opportunity to find out. We should not be bypassing regular order, especially for a bill with such far-reaching implications like the Pro Codes Act. For years, I fought to preserve the fundamental right of the public to access the law. I submitted amicus briefs in multiple court cases where certain standard development organizations sued the nonprofit Public Resources Org for posting online legal standards. The courts repeatedly side with Public Resources and me, enforcing the idea that no one should control who can read and distribute the law. In these cases, the SDOs argued that free and full access to the codes would financially harm them. Yet, despite Public Resource posting incorporated standards for 15 years, the court observed that the SDOs produced no quantifiable evidence of past or future market harms. And the court concluded that, quote, free and easy access to the law provided a substantial public benefit. I would note that while the standard-setting organizations were complaining during the years that they were unable to prevent the posting of these standards, they made substantial revenue. For example, the American Society for Testing of Materials, the year after the decision, had a net income of $36 million. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to put their records into our record.
So ordered.
When a member of the House Judiciary Committee asked Sheila Perlmutter, the Registrar of Copyrights and the Director of the U.S. Copyright Office, for her opinion of the ProCodes Act, this is what she said. The public should have access to standards when they are incorporated into the law because the public does have the right of access to the law. While the standards themselves may be protected by copyright, the use of them generally falls under fair use as it is for the purpose of understanding, using, and applying the law. So at present, we think the courts are handling this in an appropriate way. If the Copyright Office believes the courts are handling this issue appropriately, why are we pushing this bill? We're trying to solve a problem that doesn't exist. Despite repeatedly losing in courts, some SDOs have turned to the Congress using the same failed arguments about financial harm that failed to persuade the courts. One of the SDOs that sued has gained substantial revenue using other means, manuals and other things that they do. Now, the proponents claim that the experts who developed these codes should be able to charge the public for access once the codes become law. Using that same logic, public interest lobbyists would be entitled to charge the public to read the laws that they drafted. Now, in addition to these flaws, the ProCode Act disproportionately affects marginalized communities, particularly poor and disabled tenants who need access to building codes. Organizations like the NAACP highlighted how inaccessible standards would leave low-income communities vulnerable in disputes, stating that access to these standards is access to justice. With that, Mr. Chairman, I would reserve the balance of my time. Mr. Speaker.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as it may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, where do I begin? The gentlelady is aware that we've, in previous Congresses, held hearings, and this bill is not new, but in fact is in its third iteration before the Congress. Additionally, she's right. We did schedule a markup, and the gentlelady objected. We waited, and we scheduled it again. A quorum being present by a vote of 19-4, overwhelmingly is passed out of the Judiciary Committee, the Committee of Jurisdiction for Copyright. And just for the purpose of the Speaker, I want to read one clause of the Constitution. Article 1, Section 8, Clause B. The Congress shall have power to promote the progress of science and useful arts by securing for limited times to authors and inventors the exclusive right to the respective writings and discoveries. Mr. Speaker, that is a solemn obligation of the Constitution. And for nearly 250 years, we have made sure that, in fact, authors, musicians, anyone producing copyrighted material have had protection. We have not historically even partially opened that up. In this case, we have gone much further on this legislation. We have provided a form of fair use. Any citizen can go online and read any part of any of these documents, thousands of pages. They can look at them. They can take notes. They can do any number of things. What they can't do is distribute it to others, circumventing the copyright. To put it in perspective, for the first 100+ years of this, there was no controversy. They printed books and they sold the books. And it was a copyright violation if you copied the book, if you made a duplicate of it. Nobody argued that because it made common sense. This makes common sense too. We are making 100% of the material contained in any of these pro codes available. What we're not doing is allowing people to say they're giving something that, in fact, they have stolen from the author. And I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close if the gentlelady is. Oh, I'm sorry. With that, it's my honor to yield 5 minutes to the ranking member of the full committee, Mr. Nadler.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the gentleman. Mr. Speaker, the Pro Codes Act is sensible bipartisan legislation that strikes a balance between copyright protection and public access to information, thus resolving a clear uncertainty in the law. This legislation would allow standards developing organizations, or SDOs, to retain their copyrights when their standards are incorporated by reference into the law, so long as they make a copy freely available online. SDOs are organizations that develop and publish standards to govern certain highly technical industries. These best practices govern everything from consumer safety and household utility installation to home electrical wiring and plumbing planning. SDOs make sure that your house won't catch on fire, your plumbing is up to code, your water boiler is installed correctly, and everything in between. You rely on your local contractor, and your contractor relies on their SDO standards. State and local legislatures, which generally do not have the requisite experts on staff to write highly technical standards, often choose to incorporate rigorously developed and diligently updated SDO standards by reference into the law. In this way, legislators can key their state's laws to codes that are regularly updated as mistakes are fixed, new methods are developed, and technological advancements are incorporated into best practices. However, this practice exists at the crux of a dilemma in American intellectual property law today. On one hand, everyone typically benefits when local, state, or federal legislatures adopt content developed by SDOs into their laws. The law benefits from dynamic safety codes created by experts in their fields, and SDOs in turn benefit from more customers for their published works. If the copyright to that material were taken away, the incentives for the SDOs would disappear, and the mutually beneficial relationship would no longer exist. On the other hand, Americans also have an essential interest in knowing that they can access the laws that govern them. Because of this principle, once a code is enacted into law, Americans must have access to this information, because if you can't find the code, you don't know how it will affect you. The Pro Codes Act seeks to find the middle ground between these two competing interests. This legislation would allow SDOs to retain their copyrights when their standards are incorporated by reference into the law, so long as they make a copy available online at no cost. Although I support this legislation, I do want to note that the bill could have been improved further had we held a hearing, as I and others had requested. A hearing would have enabled members to ask questions of stakeholders with various viewpoints, to make any necessary refinements, and to convince more of our colleagues that this bill is the right path forward. Unfortunately, that process did not occur. Be that as it may, I still believe that this legislation would improve our laws by protecting SDOs' intellectual property rights while ensuring that Americans have access to the laws that bind them. I thank Chairman Issa and Congresswoman Ross for introducing this bipartisan legislation. I urge all members to support this legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to have a gentlelady speak out of order because she has another obligation. So I would yield the gentlelady 2 minutes, if that's okay.
The gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks so much to Representative Lofgren for indulging me as well. I rise in support of the Pro Codes Act, which I'm proud to lead alongside Representative Issa. The Pro Codes Act is a common-sense solution that balances providing free public access to codes and standards that have been incorporated into law with ensuring that important code development work can continue. The industry codes and standards that keep us healthy and safe every day are created by standards development organizations, SDOs, which regularly convene experts to write and modify standards to ensure electrical codes, building codes, crisis management codes, and more are up to date. Importantly, the standards the SDOs put out are approved by consensus and adopted by industries voluntarily. However, Congress and federal agencies have recognized repeatedly that government should rely on these standards whenever possible, which has led to their incorporation into law. I firmly believe that codes that have been incorporated into law should be available to the public at no cost, and this bill recognizes that. It's why it requires these codes to be available online. But that said, code development costs money, and SDOs cannot operate without the funding that they earn to maintaining by their copyrights, and that allows them to sell print copies and access to their work. These sales fund code development at no cost to the taxpayer. Ultimately, this bill strikes a balance between having good, safe codes and having public access. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
The gentlelady from North Carolina yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We read an article by David Halpern from this March entitled, "Congress Should Reject Bill to Let Private Groups Control Access to U.S. Laws." I'd ask unanimous consent to put it into the record.
Without objection.
Here's a paragraph that's important and really places the question before us succinctly. In the regime posited by the Pro-Codes Act, if citizens, advocates, journalists, business operators, lawmakers, or even judges want to read, quote, or comment on the law, they would have to register and provide their personal information to a private SDO, hand copy the works of a standard from a read-only website, and if they quoted too much, they would risk being sued by an SDO for copyright infringement. That's not the right way to provide access to our laws. We received a letter signed by 21 groups ranging from the Library Association to the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, or the AFSCME Union, Center for Democracy and Technology, Electronic Frontier Foundation, iFixit, and Right to Repair. And yes, the Right to Repair movement is threatened by the Pro-Codes Act. And here's what they said. Although the bill does make some publicly accessible material online available, this bill would likely entrench some of the most obstructive current practices. They note further that courts have recognized no one can own the law. Last year, the D.C. Circuit stated that legal text falls plainly outside the realm of copyright protection. And in 2020, the Supreme Court of the United States reaffirmed that if every citizen is presumed to know the law, it needs no argument to show that all should have free access to its contents. And I ask unanimous consent to put this letter into the record.
Without objection.
I would just note that when the standard-setting organization sued Public Resources Org, the D.C. court said this in ruling for freedom of the law. Once a standard is incorporated by reference into the law, it effectively becomes part of the law, and the public has a right to access it. The court noted that the public's need to access the law outweighs the financial interests of the SDOs. And as to fair use, the court concluded that the use of standards, pros use of standards constituted fair use. The decision considered the nature of the work, the purpose and character of the use, nonprofit educational purposes, and the effect on the market. And here's what it found. It found that the public benefit of free and easy access to the law was substantial. And finally, the U.S. Supreme Court told us, and this is a direct quote, officials who speak with the force of law cannot claim copyright in the works they create in the course of their official duties. They emphasize that the public must have free access to the law, as these works are in the public domain once they are incorporated into legal statutes. They reaffirm the government edicts doctrine that held that annotations in Georgia's official code created by the state legislature could not be copyright protected. So the rule of law needs to be enforced, but the rule of law means that people need to have full access to the law, to copy it, to debate it, to know it, to understand it, to transmit it. This code bill, this pro-code bill, would violate those fundamental principles. We should not support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized. The gentleman from California continues to reserve. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Does the gentleman intend to, do you have additional speakers? I'll reserve until.
Not at this time.
So let me just, how much time remains, Mr. Speaker?
The gentlelady has 11 minutes remaining.
All right. I would like to note that in Veek versus Southern Building Codes, in the Fifth Circuit, a more conservative circuit, they ruled that model building codes adopted by reference into law could be copied freely. The court reasoned that once a standard is incorporated into law, it becomes public domain material, underscoring the need for free access to legal standards. I would note also the First Circuit, not exactly a liberal bastion, in building officials and code administrators versus code technology, found this. The First Circuit said that once a model building code has been adopted into law, it enters the public domain. This case highlighted the importance of public access to laws and regulations, reinforcing the notion that such standards should not be restricted by copyright claims. Now, the proponents of this, this bill suggest that should we not overturn the court's decisions, that somehow these standard-setting organizations will fail to do the standards that they have done traditionally. There is no evidence for that whatsoever. And as I mentioned earlier in my remarks, the standard-setting organizations continue to make millions and millions of dollars in revenue, even though they lost in court and failed to maintain their copyright protection on these incorporated by reference measures. That's going to continue. There's no evidence whatsoever that will not continue. And further, it's very evident, I think most of the members of the House who've served in state legislatures where this usually occurs, know that the standard-setting organizations usually approach the legislative bodies, asking them to incorporate the standards by reference. They're not unwilling participants in this measure. They're just trying to profit by owning the law, which should not be permissible. You know, once a standard developed by an industry group is incorporated by reference into law, it belongs to everyone. I just give an example of why that would matter. You know, in the wake of the 2010 Deepwater Horizon spill in the Gulf of Mexico, the oil industry was under heavy scrutiny. The American Petroleum Institute eventually posted on its website many of its safety standards, including all of the standards that had been incorporated by reference into federal law. Now, that was in 2010 before the court decisions. However, until that decision by the American Petroleum Institute, as the Deepwater Horizon poured oil into the Gulf for 5 months, and in the weeks after, it had been difficult for citizens, even members of Congress, to evaluate the adequacy of federal regulations because key components of those regulations were hidden behind paywalls. In the regime, as I mentioned earlier, even with the pro-code exceptions, in order to comment or gain access to information, you have to give up your data. Now, there may be reasons why a journalist or a member of Congress might not want to give up all their personal information to find out what the law is. That is not the way America should work. Once you pass the law is owned by the people. It's not owned by corporations. It's not owned by associations. It's not owned by anybody who developed the standards. The people of the United States own the law that governs them. And to impinge or impede in any way their access to fully understand the law, to debate it, to post it, to complain about it, to be fully American in the discussion of that law, that's really contrary to what the court has told us, what Justice Roberts has told us, to our history as a nation. It is a big mistake. I do not challenge the good intentions of the proponents of this bill. I'm sure they are well-intentioned. It's just that the outcome is not permissible. It flies in the face of due process, the First Amendment, the Fifth Amendment, and we should not adopt this bill today. With that, I would reserve the balance of my time and hear what Mr. Issa, my friend from California.
The gentlelady reserves.
Mr. Speaker, I inquire in how much time I have remaining.
The gentleman has 11 and a half minutes remaining.
Mr. Speaker, I'll yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
There are a couple of things I want to set straight. The gentlelady regularly talks about cost. The bill clearly says at no cost. This material has to be available at no cost. The gentlelady continues talking about private information. It makes it clear in the amended portion of this bill that private information is safeguarded. But notwithstanding that, for everyone in America that has used a computer, all that these entities ask for is, in fact, to log in with a name and identification. This facilitates better service when you return. However, we also all know that anybody can get a free Gmail account under any name. So the idea that you're giving out personally identifiable information, that's a choice if you use yours rather than a one-time use or a Gmail or other mail you may have just gotten. As a matter of fact, this is no more invasive than when I log in to do my Wordle daily with the New York Times, and I feel pretty comfortable I'm safe there. Lastly, I just want to make sure we understand these books and their digital versions are not just laws. These books, by testimony even from Mr. Massey, a distinguished member of the committee, are how-to books. Extensively, Mr. Massey, one of the 4 votes that sided with Ms. Lundgren, in fact, told us how he used the book as a guideline to do construction of his own home. And in open court, he said, I didn't go to get a permit. I wasn't trying to comply with the law. I used the book because it taught me how to do a good job. And I used it sometimes and I didn't use it others. Now, I'm paraphrasing my colleague, and I hope I've done it accurately. But in fact, it is clear that there is so much more information than just a law. We all pore through laws in this body. We know what laws look like. Laws are so complex in the way they're written that usually you need a separate book to understand them, and this is no exception. If we do not protect the copyright here as the Constitution requires us, we will regret it, because in fact, a building code that says, yes, you must have so many electrical plugs between a certain place doesn't tell you that you could have more, doesn't tell you how to do more, doesn't teach you. These books, published by the standard setters for generations, have been how-to. They've been available in libraries to read, but not to make copies of. They've been available online, as the gentlelady said, but without, in some cases, without the protections we seek today. But I want to close this portion of my statement by saying one thing. The gentlelady made a point that some of these organizations do have large revenues. Most are nonprofits, and they exist for the benefit of producing these standards. And this body does not look at a copyright holder and say, because a songwriter or a musician is making good money, his song should be given away for free. How much you make and how you spend it, especially for a nonprofit, should never be questioned as to whether or not they're entitled to a copyright. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time, and I am prepared to close.
The gentleman reserved. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of the time.
The gentlelady is recognized.
I'd just like to note that the idea that you could conceal your identity to access this material is not really a full answer to the fact that the Supreme Court has told us no one can own the law. Just a point. And the point about the revenue going into these associations is not because, the revenue for a copyright holder is material to their rights. It's because those who have suggested that we violate due process and put the law behind doors is justified because of the financial need of the standard setting organizations. It's not correct. They don't have that growing need, and even if they did, it would not be sufficient to overcome the public's right to know what the law is. You know, the Electronic Frontier Foundation put together a little analysis. It says access to the law should be fully open, tell Congress not to be fooled by the Pro-Codes Act, and I would like to ask unanimous consent to put that into the record.
Without objection.
But here's what they say. You didn't learn about incorporation by reference from Schoolhouse Rock, but it's one of the key ways policymakers create law. A huge portion of the regulations we all live by, such as fire safety codes or the National Electrical Code, are initially written by industry experts, government officials, and other volunteers under the auspices of standards development organizations. Federal, state, or municipal policymakers then review the codes, decide whether the standard is a good broad rule, and if so, it is adopted into law, quote, by reference. In other words, the regulation cites the code by name, but doesn't copy and paste the entire thing into law. That's useful when the code is long and detailed. For example, if a regulation requires compliance with the National Fire Safety Code, it might simply refer to specific provisions or the code as a whole rather than copying it directly, but that doesn't make compliance any less mandatory. When a pipeline bursts, journalists might want to investigate whether the pipeline complied with federal regulations or compare federal, state, and local rules. When a toy is recalled, parents want to know whether its maker followed child safety rules. When a fire breaks out, homeowners and communities want to know whether the building complied with fire safety standards. Online access to safety regulations helps make that review and accountability possible. The SDOs claim copyright in these rules, but the courts have found otherwise. They've come to us because they don't like the answer that the court has given them. They don't like the fact that the Supreme Court held as much in his very first copyright case and recently reaffirmed it, saying this: if every citizen is presumed to know the law, it needs no argument to show that all should have free access to its contents. Now, in September of 2023, after a decade of litigation, the Federal Appeals Court held that public resources database was lawful fair use, which brings us to the threat that this bill poses for us. It's a bit tricky. The Pro-Code's main provision is that the code that's been adopted is protected by copyright. It provides some weak ability to access, but the access means read-only, subject to licensing limits. And we know already that when that's done, there are clunky, disorganized, siloed websites, largely inaccessible to the print-disabled, subject to onerous contractual terms like a requirement to give up your personal information. The public can't copy, print, or even link to specific portions of the code. In other words, you can look at the law if you know what to look for, but you can't share it, compare it, comment on it. As a multiple amici, and I helped some of those briefs, filed briefs in support of it, the public needs to know more. This really doesn't make sense. Many of the volunteers who develop these codes neither need nor want a copyright incentive. The SDOs don't either. As I mentioned earlier, they are doing things very well, even without the ability to harness improperly, I would say, copyright law for profit. And finally, it's unconstitutional. You know, there are some who say that this bill is important, but it's questionable that Congress can actually even overturn through legislation the long-standing court doctrine that mandates free and full access to the law. That's primarily because those decisions are firmly rooted in the constitutional doctrine of due process, as outlined in the 5th and 14th Amendments. Additionally, the concept of fair use has been interpreted through judicial precedent to align with the freedoms protected by the First Amendment. I want to conclude by saying that the Pro-Codes Act to protect public access to the law, and we should oppose the Pro-Codes Act. It We should uphold the principles of due process, ensure that everyone has a right to access, discuss, and understand the laws that govern them. We should not turn over owning the law to private sector entities. The law belongs to all of us, it belongs to the public, and should not be withheld from the American public. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, gentlemen. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
A number of things that I think we want to settle for the record here today. First of all, the protecting of privacy is important, but let's understand, for the first 230 years or 20 years of our existence, we didn't have an internet. We printed documents. During that entire time, we had a definition of copyright that only the ability to digitally copy somebody's copyrighted material and then put it out on the internet has created this situation. The courts have tried to grapple with the internet, but they've failed in this case. And let me just give you a good example. If you were to open those books, or the online version of them, you would see diagrams. I'm going to tell you, Mr. Speaker, I've gone through a few law books in my time. I've never seen a diagram. A diagram is more than a law. A diagram or a picture or details of how to or multiple alternatives of how one can safely do something, all of those things are in fact not within the law. As a matter of fact, the calculation, the formulas on which you can calculate different uses, what size wire to use for a certain amount of amps over a certain distance, all of those things are teaching. These teaching books have been around now most of our time. And in fact, these organizations have books that they sell in vast amounts. And it's only those books that basically continue to give them revenue. The idea that over time we may obsolete books is an idea that we would over time obsolete the ability of these people to create these how-to guides without government paying for them. The gentlelady may be comfortable with government paying for people to meet and produce these things. She may even be comfortable with the idea that these things would be printed as the document itself in the law. But I'm sure she'd be uncomfortable looking at that much law sitting there and then somebody saying, well, it doesn't tell me how to do it. Well, I'll tell you one thing about the government. They pass the IRS laws, but it takes a legion of private sector companies to teach you how to file your income tax. And that's really where we are. So whether it's the diagrams or our constitutional responsibility, which we are meeting here today to ensure that the authors are fairly compensated, this bill narrowly provides a balance that enables us to continue to support copyright for those who create it and those who provide this important service. So with that, I won't use all my time. I urge the passage and yield back.
Bill's back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1631 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative.
Mr. Speaker, I request a recorded vote.
Does the gentleman request a recorded vote, the yeas and nays?
Yes, sir.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of the Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. What For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I would move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 8812, the Water Resource Development Act of 2024, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 8812, a bill to provide for improvements to the rivers and harbors of the United States to provide for the conservation and development of water and related resources and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Graves, and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Napolitano, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material into the record on H.R. 8812.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise in strong support of H.R. 8812, the Water Resources Development Act of 2024, or WRDA 2024, a bill that delivers critical water resource infrastructure improvements for communities all over America. Last month, we advanced WRDA 2024 out of the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee with an overwhelming bipartisan vote of 61 yeas to 2 nays. And I want to thank Ranking Member Rick Larson, Water Resources Environment Subcommittee Chair David Rouser, Ranking Member Grace Napolitano for all their hard work in developing this legislation and shepherding it through the committee, and now across the line here on the floor. And I want to offer special thanks to Ranking Member Grace Napolitano for her work on the WRDA bill and the many contributions that she has made to the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee over the many years that she has served. I'm proud that WRDA 2024, that we are continuing that bipartisan tradition of passing a WRDA bill every 2 years, which is something that we began back in 2014. WRDA 2024 has been developed through many months of work and significant participation from members in this chamber to address the water resource needs in communities all across the nation. This bipartisan legislation provides necessary authority and direction to the Corps to carry out its mission to maintain and improve our water resource infrastructure, from ports to levees to navigation channels. I'm particularly proud that this bill charts a new path forward for systemic flood control on the upper Mississippi. It's been more than 3 decades since the Great Flood of '93, and there's been very little progress in improving flood control along this stretch of the Mississippi. And I believe this bill will finally change that. That's why, in addition to authorizing new projects and studies, WRDA 2024 makes policy and programmatic reforms to streamline processes, reduce cumbersome red tape, and get projects done much faster. Particularly important to my constituents are the steps this bill takes towards ensuring flood control and navigation are on the top priorities along the Missouri River, along with the efforts to shore up the PL 8499 program and long overdue reforms to move rural projects forward. I could go on and on about the good things in this bill, but I'd run out of time if I tried to list all the wins that this bill delivers, big and small, all over America. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'd urge my colleagues to support WRDA 2024 and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Chairman Grace for his kind words, and I am pleased to join him, Ranking Member Larson, Chairman Rouser, and members of the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee in bringing 8812, the Water Resource Development Act of 2024, WRDA, to the House floor. The WRDA Act is our legislative commitment to investing in and protecting our communities from flooding and drought, restoring our environmental ecosystems, and keeping our nation's competitiveness by supporting our ports and harbors. Through the biennial enactment of WRDA legislation, this committee has addressed local, regional, and national needs through the authorization of the new Army Corps of Engineers projects, studies, policies that benefit every corner of our country. I am particularly thankful that we've been able to include in this WRDA policies to improve upon and address the needs of water supply. The bill, for the first time, makes water supply a primary mission of the Corps. Finally, I want to thank Representative LaMalfa for joining me in authorizing this very important provision, as we have seen the need for the Corps to play a bigger role in water supply with local communities, especially in drought-prone regions such as the West. This provision will prevent the bureaucratic and logistical roadblocks that many communities have faced when trying to work with the Corps to improve stormwater capture, groundwater recharge, and other water supply improvements. Legislation further includes a provision requiring the Corps to consider opportunities to reclaim, treat, and reuse stormwater in future small flood control projects. It also expands the Corps' authority to modify existing dams, basins, and channels for drought resiliency measures, including water conservation measures, removal of sediment, planting of native vegetation, and other actions that increase water efficiency. 2 months ago, the Corps finally funded the donor port provisions of WRDA 2020, 4 years later, in their work plan. This bill requires the Corps to provide an annual report on WRDA 2020 harbor maintenance provisions to make sure the direction of Congress on negotiated harbor maintenance trust fund expenditures are followed. The bill also provides for hundreds of local concerns throughout the country. We took input for over 300 members of Congress who improved this bill with their insights into the needs of their communities. For my community, myself, I am proud that this bill transfers the authorization of 44 channels in my region to the Los Angeles County Flood Control District. These channels are locally owned, have been successfully operated and maintained by Los Angeles County for decades. The provisions will formalize the current operation of these channels. The bill further creates a GAO study on the growing issue of homeless encampments on Corps properties. This has become an increasing concern in my district and across the country, with the danger of homeless encampments in active flood channels. The study will propose options for the Corps, partnering with federal, state, and local agencies to address the issue. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support 8812, the WRDA Act of 2024, and I thank my colleagues for their kind words. I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from North Carolina, the T&I Water Resources Chairman, Mr. Rausser.
The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Graves. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 8812, the Water Resources Development Act of 2024, referred to in short as WRDA. I want to acknowledge and thank Chairman Graves, Ranking Member Langston, and Ranking Member of the subcommittee, Ms. Grace Napolitano, for their work and partnership in crafting this bipartisan WRDA bill that we are considering today. Today's WRDA bill will be the last for my good friend, Congresswoman Napolitano, who has served honorably and effectively in this chamber for 26 years. I am incredibly grateful for her leadership and her many contributions to improve water resource policy during her many years of service. It has been a pleasure serving alongside her on the Water Resources and Environment Subcommittee, and I look forward to continuing to work with her as she finishes out this chapter of her stellar career in service. Mr. Speaker, this year's WRDA bill was developed based on input from nearly 350 members of this body, which included more than 1,900 policy and project requests. The level of member involvement demonstrates the impact, importance, and necessity of a biennial bipartisan WRDA bill. That's why I'm pleased that our consideration of this legislation today continues the decades-long tradition of passing a WRDA bill every Congress. This consistent, predictable schedule enables Congress to better address water resource needs while providing direction to the Corps along with accountability. The significant impact the Army Corps has on our daily lives cannot be understated. Their projects serve the nation by protecting life and property from storm events, including flooding caused by those, supporting navigation, and bolstering our economy. The Corps operates and maintains 25,000 miles of navigable channels and 196 commercial lock and dam sites in 41 states. This work facilitates the movement of goods throughout our country and to critical export markets around the world. To reduce flood risk and storm damage, the Corps maintains 715 dams and 4,100 miles of levees and conducts beach nourishment projects along approximately 350 miles of shoreline, which, by the way, are critically important to my district and coastal communities nationwide. This bill authorizes the construction of 12 projects for navigation, hurricane and storm risk reduction, flood risk management, and ecosystem restoration. It authorizes more than 160 feasibility studies to evaluate new water resource projects and modifies existing ones. Additionally, this legislation includes policy reforms designed to increase transparency and expedite projects. Every project, large and small, is crucial to an effective and efficient water resource network. That's why the centerpiece of today's bill streamlines project delivery and empowers local communities to lead in the project development process. As many of us know, the Corps process can be challenging to navigate. We've addressed this through the establishment of a community project advisor at the Corps, assisting communities in assessing information on Corps programs and addressing project challenges. This bill also creates new ways for non-federal project sponsors to lead their projects and reduces bureaucratic hurdles to project delivery and development by delegating decision-making authorities for small projects to the district level rather than adding unnecessary time delays by requiring Washington's approval. WRDA 2024 also directs the Corps to use their existing online permit system to include NEPA documentation, increasing transparency for non-federal sponsors. And in closing, Mr. Speaker, I want to highlight two provisions significant to my constituents in the country. The language of this bill provides important clarity on the use of dredged material placement sites. Recently, Corps policy has disallowed the disposal of dredged material at federal easement sites owned by states and localities. This legislation restores policy to its original interpretation, allowing for, once again, non-federal placement at these sites, which are often owned by the same entities wishing to utilize them. This year's bill also expands on WRDA 2022 programming, directing the Corps to carry out waterway debris and sediment mapping studies. WRDA 2024 builds off the previous pilot program and creates a national coastal mapping program through which the Corps can map inland and coastal waterways nationwide to identify hazards leading to increased flood risk, providing important information to inland and coastal communities to mitigate future flood risk. So, Mr. Speaker, bottom line is this common sense legislation will have many positive impacts nationwide. I encourage my colleagues to support it, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri is reserved. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank Mr. Rouser. He's been a perfect partner, and I wish him well the next few words. I yield, Mr. Speaker, 2 minutes to Mr. Stanton.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of the Water Resources Development Act. And first, I do want to say thank you to the chair of the subcommittee, Chairman Rouser, and the amazing and incomparable ranking member, Grace Napolitano, for their leadership on this important legislation that invests in our nation's water resources infrastructure. In addition, I'd like to say thank you to the professional staff, both Republican and Democrat. A bill of this magnitude and importance wouldn't get done without your great work. Thank you on behalf of all members of the committee. For Arizona, this bill delivers long-term investments that I have long fought for, ones that we desperately need to address the ongoing historic drought in the Southwest. The bill confronts the drought by bolstering the ability of the Corps of Engineers to protect water supplies and assist our communities with drought, resiliency, and mitigation measures. It also includes $50 million for my Arizona Environmental Infrastructure Authority to assist more of our communities and tribal nations with their water and wastewater infrastructure challenges. Finally, it jumpstarts the Tres Rios Ecosystem Restoration Project to revitalize the Salt River and Gila River corridors in Phoenix that is part of the larger Rio Reimagine project, a legacy project of the late, great Senator John McCain and the late Representative Congressman Ed Pastor. I urge my colleagues to support this critical bill, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Arizona yields back. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
I continue to reserve.
The gentlelady recognized. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Oklahoma, Chairman Cole of the Appropriations Committee, for the purposes of a colloquy on H.R. 8812, the Water Resources Development Act 2024.
The gentleman from the great state of Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend Chairman Graves. Like many of our colleagues, I recognize the critical importance of the Biennial Water Resources Development Act. I also appreciate the need to move the House version as quickly as possible. However, I must raise serious concerns with the bill presented on suspension today. These concerns are shared by my colleagues on the Appropriations Committee on a bipartisan basis. Certain sections of the bill would cede Congress's Article I authority to fund and oversee federal agencies. This should not only concern the Appropriations Committee, but all members of Congress. Allowing agencies to become self-funded is a terrible idea. This is true whatever form it takes, whether allowing agencies to spend incoming fees without congressional approval, accept funding from other sources, including non-federal sources, or transfer funds across agencies without congressional oversight. Such actions make the federal bureaucracy far less accountable and embolden unelected officials to overstep their congressional mandates. The requirement that agencies receive appropriations from Congress each year is one of the most important checks on their authority and is critical to preserving the separation of powers under the Constitution. Creating self-funded agencies also removes them from top-line spending caps on appropriations, thereby increasing total spending and taking another piece of total spending outside of fiscal controls. Finally, it's the Appropriations Committee's exclusive jurisdiction to determine how much funding each federal agency must work with by carefully balancing the needs of the entire federal government. Putting certain agencies or activities outside appropriations makes comprehensive budgeting more difficult as agencies evade congressional controls. Without much time to review the text, we were not able to have a meaningful dialogue and fix these serious issues before today's vote. Giving this much power to the agencies is not an action we should take lightly. The gentleman has provided his commitment to work through these issues before a final product is presented to the House. Because of that, I will not oppose the measure today. As we move forward, I expect that in the conference we'll have an opportunity to thoroughly discuss this issue.
Gentlemen.
I very much appreciate.
Does the gentleman from Oklahoma yield back?
I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I very much appreciate the gentleman from Oklahoma and his willingness to work with me on that. And as he pointed out, we will have ample opportunity in conference to work these issues out. And I give you my word that we'll do just that. We'll do just that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Continue to reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I would yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Van Orden.
Chairman, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand in strong support of H.R. 8812 for the very specific reasons. I represent Wisconsin's 3rd Congressional District. We have the largest contiguous section in the Mississippi River of any congressional district in the country. We do not have a north-south highway. We have the Mississippi River. This bill authorizes a new upper Mississippi River flood risk and resiliency study, which is going to help the Corps work for non-federal interests by taking a system-wide approach to flood risk assessment. We've got a project to check out the flood risk management in the city of La Crosse, Wisconsin, a project for flood risk management for the Trempealeau River in Arcadia, Wisconsin, home of Ashley Furniture, and project for the ecosystem restoration for the River Falls Kinney Corridor project in River Falls, Wisconsin. I, again, support this bill very strongly, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman from Wisconsin yields back. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Continue to reserve.
The gentlelady continues to reserve. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This time I'd yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Collins.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to support the Water Resources Development Act of 2024, which addresses the needs of the water infrastructure nationwide. This bill is a win for my home state of Georgia. It includes my amendment to protect the new Savannah Bluff Lock and Dam from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers plan to reduce water levels for Augusta, Georgia, an issue I was proud to work on with my colleague Rick Allen. It allows the deepening of the Port of Savannah. It includes report language reinforcing the authority of power marketing administrators to set hydropower rates, which we are currently seeing have a large impact on energy prices in the district. Thanks to Congressman Dale Strong, it immediately provides a cost estimate to repair the Wilson Lock and Dam on the Tennessee River. I look forward to the final passage of this vital piece of legislation and securing America's water resources for generations to come, and I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Georgia yields back. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized. The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Continue to reserve.
The gentlelady continues to reserve. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Kane.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am proud to speak in support of the Water Resources Development Act 2024, which came out of the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee with strong bipartisan support. This legislation includes Army Corps of Engineers water resources projects of national, regional, and local significance that help strengthen our nation's global competitiveness. Included in this legislation are 8 priorities that I have advocated on behalf of. Among these are 3 projects and initiatives directly related to New Jersey's 7th Congressional District. These include a new feasibility study for risk management covering Berkeley Heights, New Providence, and Summit. Additionally, there is report language aimed at expediting the completion of a reevaluation report for the Greenbrook Subbasin Flood Control Project in Middlesex, Somerset, and Union counties, as well as the expedited completion of the Rahway Flood Mitigation Feasibility Study. As a member of the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, I'm proud to support this critical piece of legislation that benefits our communities so that we can continue to grow the economy, protect communities, and create jobs. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation and yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized. The gentleman continues to reserve. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Continue to reserve.
The gentlelady continues to reserve. The gentleman from Missouri, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett.
The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate your indulgence and the people that work on this committee, and I appreciate that young lady over there. She's just a delightful woman, and I want to thank you for that, your friendship. And I thank you for yielding. I rise in support of the Water Resources Development Act of 2024. This legislation will extend the Asian carp prevention and control pilot programs that direct the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to prevent the spread of Asian carp in the Tennessee and Cumberland River watershed. These fish are a disaster. You need to go on YouTube and watch them. They repopulate, and they have no nothing really can stop them right now. And people love the East Tennessee because of its natural beauty, and it's home to many businesses like Ingram Marine Group, Mastercraft, Malibu Boats, and others that rely on us to take care of our waterways. Managing the spread of invasive carp has been an important issue for maintaining healthy water resource ecosystems in Tennessee, in and around the country, and I encourage my colleagues to support this legislation. Thank you. I yield back.
Tennessee yields back. The gentleman from Missouri
reserve.
Recognized and continues to reserve. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Continue to reserve.
The gentlelady continues to reserve. The gentleman from Missouri, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Graves.
The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, look, in this environment where Congress is sitting here fighting over everything, I want to take just seeing this bill come up. This is a critical bill. It's everything from resilience, flood protection, my home state, hurricane protection, restoring our coastal wetlands, ensuring economic competitiveness of the ports all around the United States. This is critical legislation, and this is a rare opportunity where Republicans and Democrats are coming together to make the right decisions. I want to thank Chairman Sam Graves and Ranking Member Larston. I want to thank my good friend, Congresswoman Napolitano, and I wish you the best and all of your children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren, and keep going. And I want to thank my friend David Rouser for all the work on this, and of course the Ryans and all the staff that have put in countless hours. Look, for my home state of Louisiana, this is about our future. It's about resilience. It's about our ports and waterways. For example, in this legislation, we have important legislation for the Morganza to the Gulf project, ensuring the recognition of credit for the important work that the locals have done on that one. I want to thank all the folks involved. I urge adoption of legislation and yield back.
The gentleman from Louisiana yields back. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to manage the remainder of the time for the majority.
Without objection.
I reserve.
The gentleman is recognized and reserves. The gentlelady from California, you are now recognized.
Are you ready to close?
We're ready to close.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of our time.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned earlier, WRDA is a bipartisan product that includes provisions in every part of the country and authored by House members themselves. It's an incredible task compiling all of these priorities and drafting the WRDA bill. I'd like to thank the many people who have helped this bill become a reality. Thank you to the leadership of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, Assistant Secretary Connor, Lieutenant General Spellman, and their incredible staff who have worked through the hundreds of submissions we have received. Thank you to the remarkable team at the Legislative Council for putting all of the provisions into legislative text. I am very fortunate to have some of the best water leaders in the country in my district in Southern California who provided valuable input for this bill, including Los Angeles Public Works Director Mark Pastrella, Los Angeles County Sanitation District General Manager Robert Ferrante, Metropolitan Water District Board Chair Adan Ortega, Los Angeles Harbor Commission President Lucille Roybal Allard, our former colleague, and San Gabriel Valley Watermaster Sonia Zampiello, who's retiring this summer. I am particularly like to thank the subcommittee chair, David Rouser, for his friendship and collegiality through the hearings and the meetings that led to this bipartisan accomplishment. And for visiting my district, I'd also like to thank all my past co-chairs who have been excellent. Most importantly, I'd like to thank the incredible Water Subcommittee staff, including Alexis Williams, Logan Furry, Ryan Seeger, Ryan Hambleton, and the majority staff. My special thanks to my Chief of Staff, Joe Sheehy, and Melvin Sanchez. I urge my colleagues to support and vote for the WERDA 2024. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady from California yields back. We wish her well. The gentleman from North Carolina is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In closing, I want to emphasize again the importance of this WERDA 2024 bill, which delivers improvements to flood control, infrastructure, ports and harbors, and inland waterways across the country. As I mentioned earlier, this legislation was developed based on input from nearly 350 members of this body on Army Corps projects, programs, and policies that are important to their constituencies. As a result, this bill not only authorizes locally supported water resource projects and studies to evaluate future projects, it also provides the Corps and local project sponsors the tools to more effectively and efficiently complete those projects, saving both time and money. Importantly, this bill will increase American competitiveness and strengthen our supply chains. And I can't overstate how important that is. As my colleagues know, these bills could not be done without the hard work and countless hours our staff put into this process. And boy, did they have their work cut out with this bill, with more than 1,900 requests that were made, that were sorted through. I want to thank the Water Resources and Environment Subcommittee staff, Ron Hambleton, Tim Petty, Lydia Dennis, Dale Braun, Corey Kuipers, and Jacob Pratt. I also want to thank the full committee staff, Jack Rudy, Abby Wink, Megan Holland, Tyler Sanderson, Chris Devine, Leslie Parker, Justin Harklerode, Carrie Goldberg, Peyton Palazzolo, Tyler Milletti, Brianna Garcia, and Rachel Sackerson. And thank you to the minority staff led by Kathy Diedrich and Ryan Seeger. They did a tremendous job, all of them. And finally, I want to thank my colleagues here today on the committee and in this chamber for their participation and work to develop this very important and crucial bill. Mr. Speaker, I urge support of H.R. 8812, what we know as WERDA 2024, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8812 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, purpose of the gentleman of North Carolina seek recognition.
I demand the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess for a period of less than 15 minutes.
The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Motions to suspend the rules and pass Senate Bill 3249, H.R. 1631, and H.R. 8812. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted at 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, to suspend the rules and pass Senate 3249, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Senate 3249, an act to designate the outpatient clinic of the Department of Veterans Affairs in Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, as the Captain Elwyn Shoptease VA Clinic.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. In this vote, the yeas are 363, the nays are 0. 1 is recorded as present. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Thank you for doing this. It took a lot of getting some orders. Shh. The House to come to order. The House to come to order. Is the mic on? Shh. The House to come to order. For what purposes, gentlemen from Texas, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to be recognized out of order and invite Texas colleagues, particularly and others who may want to come up to honor our colleague Sheila Jackson Lee.
Without objection, gentlemen is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor our colleague Sheila Jackson Lee. It's strange to be here and not see her at a microphone because we know her as the outspoken and the oft-spoken colleague in this House. When I was elected back in 1994, Sheila and I were part of a very small Democratic class of 13. And even then, certainly, and even last year, or even a couple months ago, I never thought that I would be memorializing her after an illness that took her far too swiftly. She's an icon in Houston and in Texas politics. She always showed up for her constituents, just as she always showed up here. She chose to spend some of her final days helping those who were trying to recover from Hurricane Beryl, personally passing out food and water and connecting families. Sheila's known all over Houston for being a fighter for her community. Here in Washington, she was certainly a fierce advocate for many causes, but particularly racial justice and equality. She was responsible for our nation now recognizing in the bipartisan effort she made with Senator Cornyn, Juneteenth as a federal holiday to recognize the horrors of slavery and our recovering from them. She fought relentlessly to end the scourge of community violence in her work on the Violence Against Women Act, the Sentencing Reform Act, the Kimberly Vaughn Firearms Safe Storage Act, and of course she treasured her children Erica and Jason and her grandchildren Ellison and Roy, as well as her dedicated staff members here in Washington and in Houston. She graduated with honors in the first Yale University class to include women. She was a trailblazer there as she was here and a mentor to many. While a demanding boss, she had a great sense of humor, a side many do not remember. She seemed to be everywhere and involved in just about everything here, providing inspiration to many and a determined advocacy. The stories from her former staff members who knew her best attest that she played a major role in their professional development and provided a launching pad for their careers. So with the bipartisan support of so many here, I ask that all join our delegation in a moment of silence for our respected colleague, Sheila Jackson Lee. Back.
Well done, Lloyd.
Yeah, thank you.
Good job.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, you could have said Sheila could cuss the fur off a cat without getting it.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from California, Mr. Isis, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1631 as amended, on which the clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar number 501, H.R. 1631, a bill to amend Title 17 United States Code to reaffirm the importance of and include requirements for operated by reference into law and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
1 minute. Have all members voted? I have to ask, have all members voted? On this vote, the yeas are 248, the nays are 127. 2/3 not being in the affirmative, the rules are not suspended, and the bill is not passed. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Graves, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 8812 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 8812, a bill to provide for improvements to the rivers and harbors of the United States, to provide for the conservation and development of water and related resources, and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 359, the nays are 13, two-thirds being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I offer a privilege resolution and ask for its immediate consideration, and also ask for order in the House.
House will be in order. House will be in order. Members are advised to take their conversations off the floor. House will be in order. Texas. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I offer a privilege resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
Without objection, the clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 1366. Resolved that the House has heard with profound sorrow of the death of the Honorable Sheila Jackson Lee, a representative from the state of Texas. Resolved that the clerk communicate these resolutions to the Senate and transmit a copy thereof to the family of the deceased. Resolved that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns as a further mark of respect to the memory of the deceased.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn to meet at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Without objection.
Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition? House will be in order.
Members of the Pennsylvania delegation.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just for a moment, I want to take a moment to recognize the tragic loss we had of a person in Pennsylvania during the Trump rally. Corey Trump Comportori, who was a father and a husband, father of two volunteer firemen. His whole life was that of service. He was very tragically one of the people who was struck by a sniper's bullet. Corey died on the spot. But just if we take a moment of silence to honor his memory and the sacrifice and the terrible things that his family is going through right now. So if we just for a moment, please. Thank you, sir.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the chair will postpone further proceedings today on the additional motions to suspend the rules if a recorded vote of the yeas and nays are ordered, or if the vote is objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on the postponed question at a later time. For what purposes, the gentlewoman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 890 as amended.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 890, a bill to increase access to agency guidance documents.
Pursuant to the rule, gentlewoman from South Carolina, Ms. Mace, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from South Carolina.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call upon my colleagues to support H.R. 890, the Guidance out of Darkness or GOOD Act. This bill ensures agency guidance is transparent by requiring agencies to publish legal and regulatory guidance documents online in a single location. Under current law, agencies are required to proactively disclose statements of policy and interpretations, also commonly known as guidance documents, which have been adopted by the agency and are not published in the Federal Register. These regulatory guidance documents represent agency statements intended to inform the public of how an agency interprets laws and regulations. Despite this existing publishing requirement, the law currently lacks guidelines for how agencies must publish guidance documents. Federal agencies have typically used a variety of methods to issue their guidance documents, including websites, email, social media, and newsletters. But as you can imagine, tracking down guidance documents across these different areas of publication is a very real burden. H.R. 890 solves this problem by ensuring the central publishing of all guidance documents. This will help the American public and regulated organizations, especially small entities, better understand agencies' views of their obligations under the law. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense bipartisan legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from South Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I might consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you kindly. I rise in support of H.R. 890. I thank the gentlelady for her leadership. The bill's titled the Guidance Out of Darkness Act, suggesting that agency guidance documents are currently secreted away behind closed doors, shrouded in mystery. This is a bit melodramatic and gothic and not exactly the reality. Federal agencies are presently required to disclose any statements of policy and interpretations that are not otherwise published in the Federal Register. But it's true that there are not standardized requirements now for how and where to publish these guidance documents. The GOOD Act would establish such requirements, directing agencies to publish them on a dedicated website of the agency. It would also require the OMB director to designate a single website where all such guidance could be found. This step to make agency guidance documents more organized and accessible makes good sense. I appreciate my colleagues for working to address a number of concerns raised about the bill as originally drafted. For example, the bill now includes an exception to publishing a guidance document if that document is exempt from disclosure under FOIA, ensuring that the bill does not result in sensitive information winding up in the hands of our adversaries. However, some valid concerns remain outstanding, chiefly that the bill's definition of guidance document may be overly broad to the extent that it undermines the transparency the bill is meant to advance. We won't oppose this bill today because I appreciate its stated goal of promoting transparency, but I do ask our GOP colleagues to continue working with us in good faith to thoroughly examine and address some lingering concerns before it moves any further through the legislative process. Thank you, and I'll reserve the balance.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the gentlelady from South Carolina for yielding. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 890, the Guidance Out of Darkness or GOOD Act. Regulatory guidance includes agency statements that, while not intended to have the force and effect of law, establish agency policies on statutory, regulatory, or technical issues. Because such guidance communicates how an agency will administer the law and its programs, it has a significant effect on regulated entities. Regulated entities and the public should know what agency guidance says about the laws and programs that affect them. However, guidance documents are not easy to find. They are not consistently posted on agency websites. This inconsistency burdens regulated entities, and it especially burdens small businesses, who often lack the resources to hire compliance experts. The problem is so bad that agency guidance documents are known as, quote, regulatory dark matter. For a brief time, the prior administration brought needed sunshine to this situation. Following the GOOD Act's passage by the House during the 115th Congress, the prior administration voluntarily adopted the bill's reforms through an October 2019 executive order after the Senate failed to act. Under the executive order, guidance was required to become fully transparent online. Across the government, each agency was directed to make available on its website a single searchable index database with links to all guidance documents in effect. As a result, for the first time, members of the public could easily find whatever agency guidance they needed online in one central location. The order was in effect during 2019 and 2020, but has since been rescinded. Ever since, agencies have been pulling down their guidance web pages, and guidance has once again fallen into darkness, increasing the potential for agency abuse. This is why we need to, once again, pass the GOOD Act in the House and require agencies to publish their regulatory guidance in a single, easily accessible location. The American public deserves nothing less from their government. I want to thank my committee colleague, Representative Ro Khanna, for co-sponsoring my legislation. I especially want to thank the ranking member for working with my staff to strengthen the bill and helping us advance a bipartisan bill here today. I urge my colleagues to support this simple and necessary transparency bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from South Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Maryland.
I will reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from South Carolina.
I also have no further speakers and am prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland.
All right, we're prepared to close, and we are in favor of this legislation. Happy to yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage my House colleagues to support this common sense bill to make agency guidance documents more transparent to the American public, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 890 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purposes does the gentlewoman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7887 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7887, a bill to amend Title 41 United States Code to prohibit minimum experience or educational requirements for proposed contractor personnel in certain contract solicitations and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, a gentlewoman from South Carolina, Ms. Mace, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from South Carolina.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks, include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection, so ordered.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The federal contractor workforce is several times larger than the 2 million strong civilian workforce the federal government directly employs today. That's because so much government work is outsourced. That includes, for instance, much of the operation and maintenance of the federal IT systems and the safeguarding of their cybersecurity. So it was disturbing for me to learn in the course of my work this Congress as chair of the Oversight Committee's Subcommittee on Cybersecurity, Information Technology, and Government Innovation that many federal contract solicitations bar qualified individuals from performing the work. So what are these barriers? Many federal solicitations include unnecessary degree requirements mandating that individuals who perform various tasks hold specific education credentials, such as a four-year college degree. But training for many jobs in fields like IT and building construction is increasingly available through non-degree pathways like apprenticeships and boot camps, or even certifications. That's why a slew of major private sector employers have pared back degree requirements in hiring in recent years. In fact, some of our biggest tech companies offer certification programs within their own companies to help their individuals be even more qualified for jobs that are available to them. When it comes to cybersecurity, the public and private sectors together face a shortage of roughly 700,000 workers. Clearly, the federal government cannot afford to erect unnecessary hurdles that prohibit those with the necessary technical skills and desire from doing such work simply because they lack a traditional degree. And the companies who employ them, those that offer apprenticeships and engage in skills-based hiring, should be encouraged to compete for government contracts and not be excluded from competition. This bill helps ensure that federal contractors are permitted to hire qualified professionals with the necessary knowledge, the necessary skills, and the necessary drive, even if they lack a traditional four-year degree. The bill does this by prohibiting contract officers from stipulating education requirements for contract employees without providing a written justification for doing so. That justification must show that education is necessary in order to perform the work and meet the needs of the agency. To be clear, this bill in no way tells federal contractors how to actually hire their staff. Rather, it removes an unnecessary restriction on their ability to hire qualified individuals. The federal government shouldn't be barring from consideration for work qualified individuals who acquired their skills through alternative training. They deserve a chance at a job. They deserve a chance to compete. I urge my colleagues to support this timely, necessary, and bipartisan bill. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield myself such time as I might consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 7887, the Access Act, which is intended to address degree inflation, the growing trend of college graduates filling jobs that don't require college degrees. This can lead to reduced earnings for college degree holders, reduced employment opportunities for non-degree holders, and an overall drag on the economy in a time of very low unemployment like ours and of labor shortages. Committee Democrats are supportive of efforts to eliminate minimum education and experience requirements for jobs that don't actually require such associated skills for successful performance, expanding opportunity for the more than 62% of the population aged 25 and older who do not hold a bachelor's degree. The Access Act would prohibit federal agencies from specifying minimum educational requirements for contractor personnel in solicitations unless the solicitation also includes a written justification explaining why such requirements are actually necessary. I'd been concerned that this might create a blanket requirement that could be unnecessarily burdensome for federal agencies in the instances in which a minimum education or experience requirements are commonly and reasonably understood to be necessary. But changes made to the bill after our committee markup have alleviated those concerns. There are certainly some jobs for which some minimum education or experience appear to be totally unnecessary. For example, approximately 39% of postings for construction managers require a college degree, as do 52% of web developer postings and 34% of distribution manager postings. This distribution suggests that these roles are frequently performed in the economy totally successfully without a college degree, and that the requirement is more about the subjective preference or traditions of the employer than the actual demands of the job. So it makes sense for agency contracting officers to have to provide a written justification for choosing to require that contractors hire only college degree holders for such jobs, as this bill would require. However, there are also an array of jobs for which some minimum education or experience requirements are indeed necessary. For example, in 2022, the federal government spent almost $30 billion on medical services contracts and another $29 billion on engineering and technical support services contracts. We do not want our contracting officers to have to provide a written explanation every single time they put out a solicitation that requires healthcare and engineering professionals to have advanced higher education degrees. And the bill has been appropriately and gratefully refined to eliminate this unnecessary burden. I understand that the North American building trades unions have expressed concerns about just this point, but in cases where highly trained and educated federal contractors are required to perform technical, scientific, and professional services, nothing in the bill would prevent the hiring of such individuals. I'm happy to continue supporting this legislation as an important step to expand opportunity to more Americans and to welcome more talent in service to our country. I thank Chairwoman Mace, Chairman Comer for working with us to improve the bill, and I'll reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from South Carolina.
I have no further speakers and am prepared to close.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland.
I strongly support H.R. 7887 and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentlewoman from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also I urge my colleagues to support this bill to ensure that contract employees with the right skills can work for the federal government regardless if they have a traditional four-year degree. I want to thank the ranking member Raskin and all of my colleagues on the Oversight Committee who voted this out of the committee for their bipartisan support. This doesn't hurt jobs. This helps people get jobs even if they don't have a four-year degree, whether they are joined to a labor union or not, and appreciate the support, Mr. Raskin. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7887 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. Gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition. Gentlemen seek the yeas and nays.
I do.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 4136.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 4136, a bill to name the Department of Veterans Affairs Community-Based Outpatient Clinic in Plano, Texas, as the U.S. Congressman Sam Johnson Memorial VA Clinic.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, and the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Budzinski, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on H.R. 4136.
Without objection, so ordered.
Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 4136, a bill to name the Department of Veterans Affairs community-based outpatient clinic in Plano, Texas, as the U.S. Congressman Sam Johnson Memorial VA Clinic. You know, Sam Johnson, a legend and an American hero, was born October 11, 1930, in San Antonio, Texas. At the age of 20, Sam began a 29-year decorated career in the U.S. Air Force, retiring as a full-bird colonel. He flew nearly 100 combat missions with the Thunderbird demonstration team as a fighter pilot in both Korean and Vietnam wars, and as a commander of a tactical air fighter wing. Later, Sam Johnson went on to serve as the director of the Air Force Fighter Weapons School, and on his 25th combat mission over Vietnam, Sam's plane was shot down and he was captured by North Vietnamese forces. Sam would then go on to spend the next 7 grueling years as a prisoner of war. More than 3 years of that time in solitary confinement. But as Sam put it, the solitary confinement did not shake his fighting spirit. He was so resistant in captivity that he earned himself a windowless 3-by-9-foot concrete cell at the infamous Hanoi Hilton, where he was then released from in 1973. A decade later, his right hand permanently disabled and left with a limp for the rest of his life, Sam Johnson continued his service in the Texas House of Representatives, where he served a total of 7 years. But Sam wasn't done yet. He ran for Congress in 1991, where he served our great nation once again for 27 years and left an undeniable mark on this institution. His fight for freedom and defending individual liberties never wavered, and American families are better off today because of Sam's service. Now, Congressman Johnson served honorably as a pilot, a decorated war hero, and a statesman. It goes without saying that there is no one more fitted to name the VA clinic in Texas after than Congressman Sam Johnson. Now, I know there are some that will raise concerns that this bill does not meet the committee's rule for naming VA facilities. Well, that's correct. And it's only because a small minority of the Texas delegation has not signed on to a letter expressing their support. And I'm not one to bend or break committee rules, but in this case, we can't simply wait any longer. Sam toiled in prison, in a prison camp for 7 years, serving our country, and we should not wait another second to honor his service. Now, I want to thank the sponsor of this bill, Representative Self, for leading this effort, and I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 4136. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to express my support for H.R. 4136 to designate the Department of Veterans Affairs community-based outpatient clinic in Plano, Texas as U.S. Congressman Sam Johnson Memorial VA Clinic. Congressman Johnson was a combat veteran of both the Korean War and the Vietnam War, a fighter pilot, and a nearly 28-year representative from Texas. He flew 62 missions during the Korean War. During the 25th mission in Vietnam, his F-4 Phantom fighter bomber was shot down on April 16, 1966. His injuries included a broken arm, a broken back, and a dislocated shoulder, none of which was properly treated during his nearly 7-year imprisonment in Hanoi Ho Lo, commonly referred to by many former POWs as the Hanoi Hilton. For the last 18 months of his captivity, Johnson shared a cell with future Senator John McCain. Mr. Johnson weighed 120 pounds when he was released February 12, 1973. His right hand was permanently disabled, and he walked with a limp for the rest of his life. Congressman Johnson graduated from Southern Methodist University in Dallas, Texas in 1951 as a member of the Air Force ROTC. Following his service in Vietnam, he received a master's degree in international affairs from George Washington University in 1974. He retired from the Air Force as colonel in 1979. Congressman Johnson's political career followed shortly after. He was elected to the Texas State Legislature in 1984 and won his seat in the U.S. House of Representatives in 1991. He served the Texas 3rd District for nearly 28 years before retiring in 2019. Congressman Johnson passed away in May of 2020, but he will be remembered for his courage and lifetime of public service. It is only fitting that the Plano, Texas clinic be named in his honor. A dedicated public servant in war and in peace, Congressman Johnson is certainly deserving of this nation's gratitude. Despite this bill not meeting all of our committee's rules for naming VA facilities, Republican leadership has chosen to bring it to the floor. I am supporting this bill, and I trust that Republican leadership will grant the same consideration to Representative Crockett's bill, which honors our former colleague, Congresswoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, who served as the chief psychiatric nurse of the Dallas VA Medical Center for 16 years before her time in Congress. Mr. Speaker, I now yield 5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Crockett. And then excuse me. Mr. Speaker, I support this legislation and ask my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time. I now yield 5 minutes.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Illinois.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I would like to yield 2.5 minutes to the sponsor of the bill, Representative Keith Self from Texas, who, as I, also knew Sam Johnson very well.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak on my bill to rename the Plano, Texas VA clinic after former Congressman, Air Force fighter pilot, and POW Sam Johnson. Congressman Sam Johnson served in the U.S. Air Force for 29 years, where he was the director of the Air Force Fighter Weapons School and flew the F-100 Super Sabre with the Air Force Thunderbirds, precision flying demonstration team. He flew the slot. He was a combat veteran of both the Korean and Vietnam Wars as a fighter pilot, flying 87 combat missions. On April 16, 1966, while flying his 25th combat mission over Vietnam, he was shot down and suffered a broken right arm, broken back, and dislocated shoulder. He was a prisoner of war for nearly 7 years, including 42 months in solitary confinement. He was a part of a group of 11 U.S. military prisoners known as the Alcatraz Gang, a group of prisoners separated from other captives because they would not break. His heroic actions led him to be awarded 2 Silver Stars, 3 Legions of Merit, the Distinguished Flying Cross, the Bronze Star, and 2 Purple Hearts. In 1985, he was called on again to serve, only this time in the Texas State House of Representatives, where he served until being elected to this body in 1991. He went on to serve in Congress until his retirement in 2019. During his time in Congress, Sam was a force. His House tenure included many accomplishments, including holding a position on the powerful House Ways and Means Committee. I am proud to serve as representative for Texas 3rd District, the same district that Sam served so honorably. As I reflect on Sam's life, I am reminded of a story that demonstrates his signature tenacity, toughness, and character. Gib Lewis, Texas Speaker of the House at the time, tried threatening Sam regarding a piece of legislation. Sam put his old crooked hands, those that had been broken many times in torture, put them on Gibb's desk and said, "What are you going to do, Gibb? Break my hands?" There was absolutely nothing that Gibb Lewis could say. I truly can think of no individual that is more deserving of having a VA clinic named in his honor. With that, I urge passage of this bill.
It's recognized.
And yield back the balance of my time.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Illinois is recognized.
I now yield 5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Crockett.
Gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to Congressman Self for bringing this bill. It's interesting to just hear the overlap between Congressman Self's bill and the bill that I've been trying to get out of committee. Congressman Self is doing this on behalf of Congressman Johnson, and I am doing this on behalf of Congresswoman Johnson. Interestingly enough, they both were from the Dallas area or spent time in the Dallas area, as my predecessor is not from Dallas herself. But she started her career at the Dallas VA that she ended up representing in Congress for 30 years. And after becoming the first woman and the first Black woman to be a head nurse at the Dallas VA, she then became the first nurse to ever swear into Congress. She also, as it was already laid out about Congressman Johnson, she went into the Texas State House as well. She went into the Texas State House in 1972 as one of two of the only African American women to as one of the two first Black women to ever swear into the Texas House. And then she went on to the Texas Senate, where she was one of the two only Black women to still ever serve in our Texas Senate. But most importantly, I currently represent this Dallas VA, and we lost a hero in Dallas. We lost a hero in this country, just like here recently, her sorority sister. We lost the Congresswoman from Houston, Texas, Sheila Jackson Lee. And so I'm just asking, considering the standards that are set out by this committee, that we allow my bill to move forward as well, because the first standard is that such individual is deceased. She meets that. Either a veteran or a member of Congress. She was a member of Congress, performed outstanding service for veterans. She did that in her 16 years in service directly, but also in the work that she did afterwards. In addition to that, each member of the congressional delegation has demonstrated their support in the form of a letter. This was not met by Congressman Self's bill, and it's not met by mine. But I will tell you that I stood with Congressman Self on his bill, and I am happy to say that he stood with me on mine as well. The final requirement is that the letters of support from VSOs. We both have met those requirements. So the only request that I'd have, because I do again stand in support of this, is that we bring my bill to the floor as well to honor the late, great Eddie Bernice Johnson, who passed in December of 2023. Thank you, and with that, I will yield.
Gentleman from Illinois reserves. Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Well, Speaker, I'd like to take a moment, if I can, to respond to Ms. Crockett's comments about breaking precedents today with this naming bill. Sam Johnson was a prisoner of war for 7 years. He was held in solitary confinement for more than 3 of those years in the infamous Hanoi Hilton. Now, after enduring hell on earth, as he actually put it during his time in uniform, he kept serving our nation. First, as a commander of a tactical fighter unit, then as a state legislator, then as a member of Congress. Sam was everything that America should aspire to be. He was a hero. Now, I understand and respect the precedent that we have had regarding naming bills. But in this case, the reason for breaking that precedent, we are not going to sit here and play silly D.C. politics and take longer than he was a prisoner of war to pass a bill for naming this after Chairman and Colonel Sam Johnson. Now, I know Ms. Crockett would have liked to have her naming bill that is pending for Congresswoman Eddie Bernice Johnson on the floor today. And I would be happy to work with the gentlewoman and both leadership teams to see if there is something we can do to move that forward. However, today, we're here to honor Sam Johnson. And I will put it this plainly. If you can find someone as deserving as Sam Johnson, I'll be glad to bypass precedents for them as well. Now, I want to encourage everyone to support it. And with that, I want to yield 1 minute to the leader, Steve Scalise.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the chairman of the Veterans Affairs Committee for yielding and for bringing this bill. Especially want to thank Mr. Self for his leadership and working for so long on this important bill. Mr. Speaker, it's not often that we walk amongst people that are larger than life. During my years in Congress, I have been honored to serve with two people that I would put in that category, Sam Johnson and John Lewis. And both of them have amazing stories that are well chronicled. I got to know Sam over the years that I served with him, and it was a treat to be able to just sit down and hear stories, talk to him about the things you had heard about him, because Sam was truly larger than life, Mr. Speaker. You know, we heard stories of his early days as an Air Force pilot. This was back in the days before the Apollo missions, when our Air Force pilots were trying to push the boundaries to figure out just how far we could go, how fast we could go, how high we could go. And they were doing things that had never been done before. And I had heard a story that Sam challenged Buzz Aldrin. Buzz, of course, famously was the commander of the Apollo mission, the first mission to land on the moon, and second man to walk on the moon, and after Neil Armstrong. And I heard that story, and one time after Sam had left Congress, I had the opportunity to meet Buzz Aldrin. And I said, I want to ask you this story. I said, I heard that Sam Johnson challenged you to a fighter pilot race. And he just lights up. Buzz Aldrin, who, again, just incredibly accomplished, a national hero in his own right, lights up at the words Sam Johnson. And he said, that's not the whole story. He said, yes, Sam Johnson challenged me to a fighter pilot race. He said, but we would practice every day. And he said, I'd usually beat Sam. He said, the night before the race, Sam went and souped up his plane. And sure enough, the next day we had this race, and Sam just flies by and wins the race. Sam was just, he was an incredible person. He had an unbelievable sense of humor. I got to see that. Later on in life, when we both had our physical challenges, we challenged each other to a scooter race. Not quite the same thing, but I never saw him laugh as much as that, because, again, Sam was just an amazing person who, for all the things he went through, still maintained a great sense of humor while he exhibited so much leadership. But we know the story that Sam lived through 7 years in the Hanoi Hilton. He wrote a book about it, and as I started to get to know Sam, I said, you know, I'm not really going to truly understand Sam unless I read the book. The book's called Captive Warriors. And so one week when I was going out of town, I got the book, and it was one of those books you get not for easy reading, because it was a difficult read. I teared up a lot because he goes into great detail of the things that happened to him during those 7 years. As Mr. Self talked about, he was one of the elite men that was being held captive, and so they held him in a special place, a separate place. They put Sam in shackles for a number of those years that he was held. They broke almost every bone in Sam's body, but they never broke Sam's spirit. And that's the one thing I think that probably frustrated the Viet Cong so much, is that for all the things they did to him physically, mentally, they were never going to break Sam, because he loved this country. He loved his commitment to service, and he maintained that throughout those 7 years. We know the medals he won: 2 Silver Stars, the Distinguished Flying Cross, the Bronze Star with Valor, 2 Purple Hearts. And Sam wrote a line in his book, Captive Warriors, that I want to read. Quote, "If hell is here on earth, It is located on an oddly shaped city block in downtown Hanoi, Vietnam. This was a man that I had the honor, the true distinct honor to serve with because of who he was. And when you met Sam, you were not let down. You truly understood you were in the presence of greatness. And may we all strive to have the kind of character and integrity that Sam Johnson had when he lived his life. Let's honor him today by passing Mr. Self's legislation to name the VA hospital in Plano, Texas, after my dear friend and American hero, Sam Johnson. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Illinois reserves.
Mr. Speaker, we have no more speakers. We're ready to close, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers and I'm prepared to close. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask all my colleagues to join me in passing H.R. 4136. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I've had the pleasure of actually doing some naming of many facilities for the VA in this position and also sponsoring those. But I don't know of all those people, and there's a lot of great people in there, that there is a person that's more deserving than this naming of this facility, than the Honorable Colonel Congressman Sam Johnson. I ask all of my colleagues to join me in supporting this resolution, and with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Illinois yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4136? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does a gentlewoman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move the House suspend the rules and pass Bill S-1258 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 1258, an act to require the Director of the Office of Management and Budget to submit to Congress an annual report on the projects that are over budget and behind schedule and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, gentlewoman from South Carolina, Ms. Mace, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from South Carolina.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Congress must ensure that every taxpayer dollar is spent efficiently. Every year, the Government Accountability Office reports government projects that are above cost projections or behind schedule, from federal IT programs to projects at the National Nuclear Security Administration. However, there are likely additional government projects that fly under the radar, falling years behind schedule or costing billions of dollars over budget. The $1 billion Boondoggle Act would address this by informing policymakers of government-funded projects that are behind schedule or above cost projections. Under the bill, agencies must report to Congress on projects that are more than 5 years behind schedule or have expenditures that are at least $1 billion more than the original cost estimate for the project. Agencies must provide an explanation if there is a delay in completion or an increase of cost for the project. Congress has a duty to oversee the federal government for inefficiency and waste. This bill informs policymakers and allows Congress to address failing government projects before further taxpayer dollars are wasted or misused. I would like to thank Senator Joni Ernst for her leadership on this issue and thank Representative Miller Meeks for introducing the House companion bill. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield myself such time as I might consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
The legislation would require additional reporting on certain federal projects that are over budget by $1 billion or 5 years behind schedule. Federal agencies would be required to include this information in their annual performance and accountability reports made to Congress and the President. Congress, of course, has a duty to make sure the taxpayer dollars are being well and efficiently spent in the ways that we appropriated. Additional oversight of projects that are vastly over budget or behind schedule makes good sense, and we support this bill. I appreciate the fact that this version of the bill takes into consideration some technical comments that were provided to us by OMB. I reserve the balance of my time.
Woman from South Carolina.
Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Iowa, Ms. Miller-Meeks.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from South Carolina, Ms. Mace, Representative Mace, for yielding me time. I rise today in support of my bill, the $1 billion Boondoggle Act. It's bipartisan legislation that would require the public disclosure of every taxpayer-funded project that is $1 billion or more over budget or 5 years or more behind schedule. This disclosure would also include an explanation for the delays and added cost, as well as the identification of the contractors. In Congress, we are entrusted to be stewards of taxpayer dollars. In an example of protracted government-funded project, the Veterans Affairs Department had fumbled replacing its decades-old electronic health record system. An assessment had found that the 2018 initial cost projection of $10 billion over 10 years soon ballooned to $50.8 billion over 28 years. Government-funded projects that are excessively costly and delayed must be held to account. The bill will increase transparency over these projects to ensure we aren't wasting billions of hard-earned taxpayer dollars. I thank Iowa Senator Joni Ernst for championing this act in the Senate. I urge my colleagues to support and get the $1 billion Boondoggle Act to the President's desk. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentlewoman from South Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Maryland.
Yeah, we have no further speakers, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from South Carolina.
I have no further speakers and am prepared to close.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland.
We urge everybody to support the legislation, and I will yield back my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentlewoman from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage all of my colleagues to support this common sense bill. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields. So the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate Bill 1258 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the Bill S. 1973.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 1973, an act to require the purchase of domestically made flags of the United States of America for use by the federal government.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from South Carolina, Ms. Mace, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from South Carolina.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection, so ordered.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. American flags should be made in America. This bill ensures that the federal government buys U.S. flags that are made from 100% American materials. According to the U.S. Department of Commerce and the U.S. Census data, in 2017, the U.S. imported 10 million American flags. Of those, all but 50,000 came from China. The Department of Defense and individual military departments are already generally required to buy American flags that are made entirely of U.S. materials. But civilian agencies do not have such restrictions. The All-American Flag Act applies current DoD requirements and exceptions across the government. I'm proud to be an original co-sponsor of the House Companion Bill, and I urge my colleagues to support this important legislation. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I might consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
The American flag should be made in the USA. The All-American Flag Act is a bipartisan bill that we invite all members to support. It would require all federal agencies to purchase American flags that are manufactured right here in the USA using materials grown and produced in the United States. Under current law, this requirement applies only to DoD and the VA. This bill would extend it to all federal agencies. I want to commend our distinguished colleague from Illinois, Representative Sorensen, the author of the House bill, for his diligent and important work on this issue, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from South Carolina.
I have no further speakers and am prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland.
I would like to yield at this point 2.5 minutes to our colleague, Representative Sorensen.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman from Maryland and the gentlelady from South Carolina for working on this effort with me. Today, I ask this governing body, what is the most American thing that you can think of? Is it George Washington, who looks over us? Is it the dome of the Capitol building, under which we do the work of the people? I believe the most American thing is the symbol that flies on my home in Moline, Illinois, on top of this important building, on the back of every ship that carries our military, and which is displayed so proudly behind you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to stand here and see S. 1973, the All-American Flag Act, considered on the floor of the House of Representatives. Under current law, the government can buy flags that contain just 50% American-made materials. But I believe that American flags paid for by American taxpayers should be entirely made in the greatest country in the world by the greatest workers in the world. My bill would require the federal government to buy flags that are manufactured 100% in the United States with materials 100% grown or produced in the United States. In 2021, my home state of Illinois passed a law that all American flags purchased must be American-made. So this legislation will bring the values of our neighbors back home to the federal government. Whether it's over a post office in Kewanee, Illinois, or accompanying our troops to battle, or on a casket of a fallen hero, our patriotism has to begin and end here in this country. In 1906, George Cohen wrote, "You're a grand old flag." The song's signature lyric, "She's a grand old flag," came from a conversation that he had with a Civil War veteran who fought at Gettysburg. My bill will ensure that all grand flags are made in this grand land. So I'm proud to see my bill come to the House floor today, and I urge all of my patriotic colleagues to be proud of their support for its swift passage and for our great nation. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Maryland reserves. Gentleman from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan bill to ensure American flags are made right here in America. This is something every American can get behind. Proud to support sending this legislation to the President's desk here today, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from Maryland.
And we will yield, also urging everyone to support this legislation offered by the gentleman from Illinois.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate Bill 1973? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 6162.
Clerk will report the title.
H.R. 6162, a bill to designate the facility of United States Postal Service located at 379 North Oak Street in Dothan, Alabama, as the LaBruce Bruce Tidwell Post Office Building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from South Carolina, Ms. Mace, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from South Carolina.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection, so ordered.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 6162, which would name a post office in Dothan, Alabama as the LaBruce Bruce Tidwell Post Office Building. Bruce Tidwell, a U.S. Navy veteran, served the community of Dothan, Alabama as a letter carrier for the U.S. Postal Service for many years. It is fitting that this post office being renamed in the community is the community where Mr. Tidwell worked. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will yield myself such time as I might consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 6162. Mr. Tidwell was a lifelong resident of Dothan, Alabama. For 86 years, he was committed to a life of public service. He joined the Navy during World War II and was a radio operator. Following the war, he returned to his hometown and he took a job at the oil mill. He performed an essential role as a letter carrier for the Postal Service until he retired in 1985. In 2009, he moved to Raleigh, North Carolina. He passed away in 2012 at 89 years old. We urge our colleagues to honor the life of Bruce Tidwell and his wonderful career in the Postal Service by naming the post office in Dothan, Alabama after him, and we're pleased to offer our support to this legislation. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from South Carolina.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Moore.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, gentlelady. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 6162, my legislation that named the post office located at 379 North Oak Street in Dothan, Alabama, as the Bruce Tidwell Post Office Building. Bruce Tidwell enlisted in the United States Navy in 1943 and served as a radio operator on the LCT 801. Born and raised in Dothan, Bruce returned to Dothan after the war ended in 1945 and began working at the Dothan Oil Mill. After a few years, Bruce decided he wanted to become a letter carrier for the U.S. Postal Service. From radio room to mail room, the Navy veteran Bruce Tidwell was dedicated to serving his state and his country. Bruce was known for altering his usual mail route during the Vietnam War in order to ensure that those families service members receive letters from home as quickly as possible because he knew how much that would mean to those families. So he walked the route and he changed the route to make sure those families got letters to home. Bruce was beloved by the Dothan community where he lived for 86 years. There is no better post office than to rename the exact location in Dothan where Bruce worked. I thank my Alabama colleagues and my colleagues here, Rep. Adderholt, Rep. Carl, Rep. Palmer, Rep. Rogers, and Rep. Sewell, as well as Rep. Strong, for their support of this legislation. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation in honor of Mr. Bruce. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from South Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Maryland.
No further speakers, and we'll yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from South Carolina.
I also have no further speakers and am prepared to close.
Gentleman recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage my House colleagues to support this bill honoring an American veteran, hero, and postal letter carrier. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6162? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7385.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7385, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 29 Franklin Street in Petersburg, Virginia, as the John Mercer Langston Post Office Building.
Pursuant to the rule, gentlewoman from South Carolina, Ms. Mace, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from South Carolina.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection, so ordered.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, which would rename a post office in Petersburg, Virginia, for Mr. John Mercer Langston. Mr. Langston grew up in Ohio and became an attorney who helped recruit African-American troops during the American Civil War. Later, Mr. Langston went on to serve as Virginia's first African-American member of Congress from 1890 to 1891, and the first president of Virginia Normal and Collegiate Institute, known today as Virginia State University. I support naming a post office in memory of former Congressman Langston and encourage my colleagues to support this bill. I reserve the balance of my time.
One reserves, gentleman from Maryland.
Thank you. I yield myself such time as I might consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 7385, and I want to begin by yielding to the distinguished gentlewoman from Virginia, Congresswoman McClellan, for any remarks she may have for 2.5 minutes.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the gentleman from Maryland. I rise today in support of my bill H.R. 7385 to rename the Petersburg Post Office as the John Mercer Langston United States Postal Service Building. John Mercer Langston broke barriers and redefined what was possible for Black Virginians in the late 19th century. Born in 1829 in Louisa, Virginia, he was an abolitionist, attorney, diplomat, voting rights advocate, educational administrator, community leader, the founding dean of the Law School of Howard University, founding president of Virginia State University, and my predecessor as the first African American elected to Congress from Virginia, representing the 4th District. My connection to Mr. Langston is personal. My parents worked at Virginia State University, where he was the first president. I grew up on that campus.
My father would often go to that post office to pay bills, to collect mail from the box. We used to joke he was the mayor of the post office because he knew everybody there. And now, as the first African-American woman elected to Congress from Virginia in the same district that Mr. Langston represented, it is my honor to put forth this bill and ask my colleagues to support renaming the post office that I literally grew up in after a legendary trailblazer in the Commonwealth of Virginia, John Mercer Langston, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from Maryland reserves. Gentlewoman from South Carolina.
I have no further speakers and am prepared to close.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland.
We have no further speakers, and I will yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage my House colleagues to support this bill honoring an American academic leader and former member of Congress. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7385? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Do I have to be recognized? Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Entertaining request for 1 minute speeches.
Mr. Speaker.
The gentlewoman from South Carolina. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from South Carolina seek
Mr.
recognition?
Speaker, pursuant to Clause 2A1 of Rule 9, I seek recognition to give notice of my intent to raise a question of the privileges of the House.
The gentlelady will report the form of the resolution.
The form of this resolution is as follows. Impeaching Kimberly A. Cheadle, Director of the United States Secret Service, for high crimes and misdemeanors. Resolved that Kimberly A. Cheadle, Director of the United States Secret Service, is impeached for high crimes and misdemeanors, and that the following article of impeachment be exhibited to the United States Senate. Article of impeachment exhibited by the House of Representatives of the United States of America in the name of itself and of the people of the United States of America against Kimberly A. Cheadle, Director of the United States Secret Service, in maintenance and support of its impeachment against her for high crimes and misdemeanors. Article 1, dereliction of duty. The Constitution provides that the House of Representatives shall have the sole power of impeachment, and that civil officers of the United States, including the Director of the United States Secret Service, shall be removed from office on impeachment for and conviction of treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors. In her conduct while Director of the United States Secret Service, Kimberly A. Cheadle, in violation of her oath to well and faithfully discharge the duties of her office, has been derelict in her duty to well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office to which she holds. Federal Law 18 U.S. Code 3056 provides that the United States Secret Service is authorized to protect former presidents and their spouses for their lifetimes, as well as major presidential and vice presidential candidates, and within 120 days of the general presidential election, the spouses of such candidates. On July 13, 2024, Donald J. Trump was both a former president and a major presidential candidate. During a political event in Butler Township, Pennsylvania, hosted by Donald J. Trump's presidential campaign on July 13, 2024, an event subject to protection by the United States Secret Service, an individual on an unsecured roof less than 500 feet from Donald J. Trump opened fire, shooting Donald J. Trump, a protectee of the United States Secret Service. An innocent bystander, Corey Compatore, was killed, and two other individuals, David Dutch and James Copenhaver, were seriously injured by gunfire. Kimberly A. Cheadle acknowledged on July 22, 2024, that the Secret Service's solemn mission is to protect our nation's leaders. On July 13th, we failed, end quote. and that as Director of the United States Secret Service, I take full responsibility for any security lapse. Kimberly A. Cheadle further acknowledged on July 22, 2024, that the events of July 13, 2024 were, quote, the most significant operational failure of the Secret Service in decades. On July 13, 2024, Kimberly A. Cheadle, in her conduct as Director of the United States Secret Service, failed to protect Donald J. Trump and other attendees at the event in Butler Township, Pennsylvania. Kimberly A. Cheadle acknowledged on July 22, 2024, that this tragedy was preventable. Wherefore, Kimberly A. Cheadle, by such conduct, has demonstrated that she has been derelict in her duty to uphold her oath to well and faithfully discharge the duties of her office. Kimberly A. Cheadle thus warrants impeachment and trial, removal from office, and disqualification to hold and enjoy any office of honor, trust, or profit under the United States. And I yield back.
Under Rule 9, a resolution offered from the floor by a member other than the majority leader or the minority leader as a question of privileges of the House has immediate precedence only at a time designated by the chair within 2 legislative days after the resolution is properly noticed. Pending that designation, the form of the resolution noticed by the gentlewoman from South Carolina will appear in the record at this point. The chair will not at this point determine whether the resolution constitutes a question of privilege. That determination will be made at the time designated for consideration of the resolution. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize July 20th as National Pennsylvania Day. Pennsylvania gained the nickname the Keystone State because Thomas Jefferson referred to the Commonwealth as a keystone of the Federal Union for our role in the establishment and further success of the United States. Our Commonwealth is where the Declaration of Independence was signed, our Constitution was written, and our flag was born. It has also served as the first capital back in the early days of our Union. Pennsylvania is the site of the famous battles, such as the Battle of Valley Forge during the Revolutionary War and the Battle of Gettysburg during the Civil War. In Pennsylvania, we are pioneers. We are proud to be home to the first hospital, superhighway, and commercial oil well, the Drake Well in my district. We're also proud to have invented the Slinky, Little League Baseball, the steam engine, and bubble gum. Pennsylvania is also a beacon of education and innovation, home to prestigious universities and research institutions that drive advancements in science, medicine, and technology. Throughout history, from our steel and coal mines to our farms and forests, Pennsylvania has led the way with an inspiring work ethic. As a lifelong Pennsylvanian, I'm proud of all that we've done and look forward to our future. I'm proud to represent nearly 1/3 of the landmass of our great Commonwealth. To all Pennsylvanians, happy Pennsylvania Day. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, on July 6, Sonia Massey dialed 911 seeking safety, but instead of receiving help, she met with fatal gunfire from an officer of the law. Like everyone who has seen the body camera footage on her final moments, I am shocked, horrified, and heartbroken. This was an appalling act of senseless violence that strikes at the core of our humanity. I stand here today echoing the voices of my constituents in Springfield and Americans nationwide, demanding justice and accountability. We must confront and end the use of excessive force against unarmed people of color in this country. My heart goes out to Sonia's children, her family, and all who loved her. They deserve answers, and they deserve to see an end to this systemic issue. Sonia Massey should be alive today. We owe it to her memory to ensure that such a tragedy never happens again. I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to recognize my dear friend, Mr. Kenneth Snyder, Jr., also known as Mickey, who just passed away, and they had his funeral tonight. He was at the age of 84. Can't believe it. Mickey was born and raised in Knoxville and had a deep sense of community and service. In West High School, he was honored as one of the top 50 athletes in the school's history, Madam Speaker, and went on to play for the semi-professional football team, the Knoxville Bears. He had a passion for sports and mentoring young athletes, and he left a lasting impact on countless children. The current congressman from the 2nd District being one of them. He coached me in baseball and football. Mickey dedicated over 30 years of his life to the Knoxville Police Department until his retirement as captain in 1993. He loved his family very much. He was married to his wife, Lana Sue Hines, what we all called her Tootie, for 65 years. They raised 3 children together, had 4 grandchildren, and a great-grandson, and Mickey adored them all. I want to offer my condolences to the family, including Tootie, along with their children, their spouses, Tracy and Dan, Christy and Jennifer, and little Mickey, well, he just went by Mickey, and Kirsten, along with all their other friends and family. Mickey will be remembered for his kindness and ability to bring laughter and comfort to those around him, and he won't be forgotten by the people who knew and loved him, me being one of them, Madam Speaker, and I will truly miss Mickey Snyder. He was a one in a million, and he was a great mentor to a lot of young people, and he was an excellent police officer, a great husband, a great father, and a great grandfather as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield the remainder of my time.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise to honor the life and legacy of Dennis Charles Duffy, a dedicated family man, a Vietnam veteran, a great labor leader, and a community servant who recently passed away on July 17th at 77. Raised in central Toledo, he attended McCumber Vocational Technical High School and volunteered for the Navy before graduating, serving on a vessel in the Pacific during the Vietnam War until his honorable discharge. He went on to a remarkable 50-year career with the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 8, 5 times elected as its business manager and its state secretary treasurer for 10 years. His leadership was transformative, growing its ranks by 60% while initiating pioneering programs in workforce development and member benefits. His commitment to fair labor practices allowed working men and women across Ohio to advance to the middle class. Dennis's love for his family was immense as a doting father, grandfather, and Gigi Papa. Dennis lived this motto: there is nothing too good for the working man. Dennis's legacy of hard work, good humor, always that great smile, humility, and love is cherished by all who knew him. May his loved ones find comfort now that he is no longer suffering. Dennis has earned a restful peace. He surely was a really good guy. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last month, the Biden administration took steps towards legalizing marijuana by attempting to reclassify it as a lower category drug, going around Congress in the process. If enacted, this would increase the use of an already dangerous substance. We've already seen this in California with the state with the highest rate of marijuana users. It's no surprise that California also has the highest rate of welfare recipients. We have 1/8 of the population, about 1/3 of the nation's population that are on assistance. I believe the government should disincentivize the use of this harmful drug and not allow banks to prop up this immoral industry. Recently, there have been efforts in Congress to exempt financial institutions from penalties if they provide financial services to marijuana companies. The federal government should have no role in encouraging citizens to break federal law by incentivizing banks to handle the money in these industries. These measures give a green light to the evil that comes from drug use. The addicts will rely on state welfare disability payments for unemployment. Their medical problems will increase and draining our already strained health care system, which taxpayers, are going to front the bill for that. So let's not be doing any more to legalize marijuana or pretend that it's legal through financial institutions. I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise to recognize Dr. Angela Richardson. Dr. Richardson has shattered gigantic barriers by becoming the first African American woman to achieve the rank of lieutenant at the Rocky Mount Police Department. Her remarkable promotion to this historic position is a testament to the exceptional dedication in the field of law enforcement. Lieutenant Richardson has a wealth of experience, exceeding 30 years in law enforcement. She has a distinguished PhD in public safety. Lieutenant Richardson is a true trailblazer for law enforcement personnel. She stands as a beacon of inspiration for little girls in eastern North Carolina and beyond who may aspire to protect and serve. Congrats, Lieutenant Richardson and Sheldon, her husband, and thanks to the Rocky Mount Police Department for your dedication to public safety. I yield back.
Thank you. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Kelly, is recognized for 42 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to submit extraneous materials on the subject of this special order.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I rise tonight to honor the life of a true hero, Corey Comparatori, who was tragically killed shielding his family from gunfire during former President Donald Trump's campaign rally in my hometown of Butler, Pennsylvania on Saturday, July 13th. Many of us have come to know a little bit more about Corey over the last week. So tonight, over the next half hour, my colleagues and I will tell you more about Corey's story, who he was, his incredible life of service to his community and his country, and perhaps most importantly, his role as a father and loving husband. I also want to take a moment to offer our thoughts and prayers for the 2 Pennsylvanians who were injured during this shooting and continue to recover. Mr. David Dutch of New Kensington, Pennsylvania, and James Koppenheimer of Moon Township, Pennsylvania. And of course, to former President Donald Trump in his recovery. He showed incredible strength in the immediate aftermath of that shooting. So who was Corey Comparatori? He was a constituent of mine from Sarver, Pennsylvania. He was a proud 1992 graduate of Freeport High School. He went on to honor his country as a dedicated 10-year veteran of the U.S. Army Reserves. Corey's passion for his community and his commitment to his strong Christian faith led him to serve as an active member at the Cabot Church. Those who know Corey say his faith was a foundation of his whole life. His obituary reads this way: he was a man of God who loved Jesus with every fiber of his being. His actions were guided by his unwavering belief, and he inspired those around him to live with purpose and grace. His ability to lift the spirits of everyone he encountered was truly unparalleled. Corey also believed in service to his community and to others. He spent much of his adult life as a member of the Buffalo Township Volunteer Fire Department in Butler County, where he notably served as the chief in the early 2000s. But above all, Corey was what his obituary calls the quintessential family man and the best girl dad. I have pictures of Corey with his wife, Helen, and also pictures of his daughters, which we will put up later. But they're always going to be part of his legacy. So Helen, his daughters, Allison and Kaylee Comparatori, will carry on. So will the small acts of kindness that marked his everyday life. He was quick to help those in need. He never expected anything in return. His impact on the lives he touched was profound. Tragically, Corey's life was cut short at the age of 50. Tonight, I want to extend my deepest condolences to the Comparatori family, their friends, and Corey's family at Buffalo Township Volunteer Fire Department. God bless you all. Now, before I introduce my colleagues to speak about Corey tonight, I want to take a few moments to talk about the community where this tragic assassination attempt took place. It's in my hometown of Butler, Pennsylvania. This is an all-American town of about 13,000 people that has been thrust into the national spotlight over the last week. I've lived in Butler County nearly my whole life. I went to high school there. My wife and I have raised our family there. And I later had the great opportunity and privilege to coach Little League Baseball, Pony League Baseball, and midget football. My family business is here. It has been here since 1957. Now I'm fortunate enough to represent this town here in the United States of the House of Representatives. Butler Farm Show is where this rally was located, and it's usually a family-friendly place. It's just a few miles from my home, just a little over 4 miles, and I drive past it almost every single day. Now, since 1947, this has been a place of common ground, where families and children can show their farm animals, where people gather in the summer for food and fun. It's also a popular spot in the Butler community for so many events. And this morning, I was there with members of the House Homeland Security Committee, and I want to thank Chairman Green for allowing me to be there with them. I can tell you that my community is still grieving. They are shocked by what happened on what was supposed to be another peaceful, sunny days on these very grounds. I was at the Butler Farm Show with President Trump, with Corey, with David, and with James on July 13th. My wife Victoria was there with my son George and 3 of our grandchildren. But what happened that day is a day like nothing I've ever experienced before. And I can also tell you this, the people of Butler and all of Western Pennsylvania are incredibly resilient. We will always, and always have been, and always will be that way. Like so many small towns in America, we're there for each other when the times get tough. And we will get through this. Tonight as we go and have other colleagues speak, I think our commitment is the American people have the right to know what happened that day at the farm show grounds in Butler, Pennsylvania. They have the right to know, and we have the responsibility to find out for them what happened that day, how this could take place on those grounds, how that could take place in the United States of America. And we will not stop until we get the answers. And at this time, I want to recognize my dear friend who was there that day with me, Representative Dan Muser. Mr. Muser.
Well, Madam Speaker, I rise as well to express my deep sympathy and yes, eulogize a great Pennsylvanian, Corey Compatore. I, too, with Representative, my colleague Kelly, attended the rally last Saturday. Of course, it started as any rally does. People were very enthused and looking forward to the remarks of the former President Trump. 7 or 8 minutes into the speech, the shots rang out and many lives were changed forever. It was a tragic day that could have been worse, but for the Compatore family, well, it was a tragedy that they will live with forever. We are here to, this evening, honor the life, legacy, and ultimate sacrifice of Corey Compatore. As was expressed, he was a quintessential family man and has been expressed the best girl dad, as well as a dedicated public servant and true local hero. As the nation now knows, Corey's life was taken by the shooter, by the gunman at the rally in Butler last Saturday. In his final moments, Corey gave his life while shielding his wife and daughter from the bullets as they rang out. He exemplified unparalleled bravery, shielding his wife and protecting them in his last moments and daughter. His courageous act saved his loved ones from the gunfire and truly serve as a testament to his character and his dedication to others. Corey Compatore served his community with distinction for so many years, for decades actually, particularly as a firefighter in Buffalo Township, where he served as chief in the early 2000s. In addition to his service as firefighter, Corey was a 10-year veteran of the United States Army Reserves, demonstrating his commitment to our nation and its values. He will always be remembered by his family as a man whose life was guided by faith, saying Corey inspired those around him to live with purpose and grace. His passion for family, life, and service to others will never be forgotten. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Gentleman from Pittsburgh, Mr. DeLuzio, is recognized for 2 minutes.
Madam Speaker, and my colleague from the Commonwealth, Mr. Kelly, thank you for yielding. I think what you will hear on this floor tonight is a unified voice that we reject political violence, that we mourn Mr. Comparatore's loss of life, that we wish a speedy recovery to the victims. In this country, there ought to be no place for political violence. There ought to be no place for hate in the hearts of freedom-loving people. Certainly not in Western Pennsylvania, though we reel from it today. We can and often disagree in this body all the time. American people expect that of us. And we see the votes on the board. We see those disagreements resolved that way. We see them resolved in the ballot box in November. We cannot solve our differences with violence. We must always condemn it in all its forms. I think it goes to the heart of American democracy that when we have those disputes, we resolve them peacefully. And what we saw in Butler not too long ago was when that violence comes to our political system, when it comes to the heart of how we govern ourselves in our elections. We, of course, mourn the consequence, the cost of that violence. Mr. Comparatore, who we've heard so many talk about eloquently, who shielded his family from gunfire that day, showing some courage in the face of violence. I wish speedy recovery to those still recovering, including my constituent from Moon Township, Mr. Copenhaver, David Dutch of New Kensington, former president who, of course, survived this attack, and so many others who witnessed it and I'm sure still suffer from it. So I thank my colleague for bringing us together this important moment. I think it's important the American people hear us with a clear and unified voice, calling for unity, rejecting the threat of violence in our elections. I yield back.
Now recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania and Chairman of the Agriculture Committee, Mr. G.T. Thompson.
I thank my good friend from Butler, my colleague, for hosting this this evening and for recognizing me. Tonight we recognize Corey Comparatore's heroic actions, and we pay tribute to his lasting legacy. For 3 decades, Corey served the community as the Buffalo Township Fire Department firefighter. He was a brother firefighter. I had the privilege of just a few years ago sharing representation of Butler County with my good friend Mr. Kelly, and Buffalo Township was one of my counties one of my municipalities that I served. He eventually rose to the rank of chief of the station. He constantly put his life on the line to protect his neighbors, responding to emergencies with courage and skill and unwavering commitment to safety. And in the final moment of his life, his selfless courage was on full display. When gunshots were heard, he shielded the most precious people in his life, his wife and his daughters. Corey Comparatore is a hero whose inspiring bravery will be remembered. Corey was a local leader, active church member, veteran, former fire chief, and most importantly, a beloved father and husband. Having formerly represented parts of Butler County, it has been inspiring to hear how well respected Corey was throughout his hometown and his home county. To Corey's family, we offer our deepest condolences. I cannot imagine the pain that you are enduring, but please know that you are not alone. Our nation stands with you, united in our love and support and ready to offer comfort and strength during this challenging time. As we navigate the difficult days ahead, let us draw the strength from each other and Corey's memory. Let us remember the importance of holding our loved ones close, telling them that we care, we love them, and living our lives with the same compassion, bravery, and warmth that Corey exhibited. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the gentleman, my colleague from Pennsylvania, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from Pennsylvania and recognize another gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Cartwright, 2 minutes.
And I thank my colleague, Mr. Kelly from Pennsylvania, for the recognition. Madam Speaker, I wish to add my voice to those speaking in memory of and in honor of Corey Comparatori. I talk a lot in this chamber about putting people over politics, and that's what we're doing here, we Pennsylvanians, tonight in memory of Corey Comparatori. When you sign up to serve in the U.S. military, you agree to be willing to give up your life, if necessary, for the cause of freedom and for everything we hold dear in these United States. When you go out of your way to serve as a volunteer firefighter for 3 decades, you put the well-being of others, their homes and their businesses, above your own personal safety. And when you spend the last moments of your life shielding your family members from gunfire, you show your true character, bravery. But Corey Comparatori wasn't just brave, he was steadfast. He was a devoted father, a husband, a dedicated church member, and the kind of person who raised the spirits of those around him, always extending a helping hand to others and helping be the kind of close-knit community that makes Pennsylvania a great place to live. So it's no wonder that scores of firefighters and other first responders and neighbors have rallied around Corey's family in their time of need. And here in the House of Representatives in Washington, D.C., our hearts are with them too. We also continue to pray for the recovery of James Copenhaver and David Dutch, both still in serious condition in hospital care. And Mr. Kelly, I yield back to you.
I thank the gentleman. Now recognize another member of the Pennsylvania delegation, Dr. John Joyce.
I thank the gentleman for yielding and for holding this special order. Tonight, we are here to mourn the passing of Corey Comparatori. As a firefighter, as a veteran of the U.S. Army Reserves, Corey lived his life in service of those that he loved, his family, his friends, his community, and of course, his country. Through the years of service with the Buffalo Township Volunteer Fire Department, Chief Comparatori was familiar with danger, and he did not hesitate to take action when he began to hear the sounds of bullets that Saturday afternoon, immediately shielding his wife and his daughter from the incoming fire. He gave his life shielding his family from the danger that was present around him. The violence that Corey faced in his final moments was horrific, and we have all made that clear. That horrific violence has no place in American political lives. In the weeks since his death, his neighbors have continued to come forward, sharing incredible stories of a man who was compassionate, kind, and caring. Together, we as a body, we mourn his death, and we pray for those he loved and those he left behind. Tonight, with my Pennsylvania colleagues, we join together in praying for the family of Corey Comparatori. May he rest in peace, and may he rise in glory in his Savior, Jesus Christ. Again, I thank our colleague from Pennsylvania, Mr. Kelly, for leading this special order, and I yield the balance of my time.
I thank the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Now I'd like to recognize another one of the Pennsylvanians that is with us tonight, my good friend, Mr. Scott Perry. Mr. Perry.
Well, thank you, my friend Mike Kelly. And it's sad that we have to be here. Corey Comparatori is now a hero, but we'd sure rather have Corey back in our lives. I didn't know Corey, but I've come, like many, to learn something about him, and we all wonder, each of us wonder, if we had to, what we would do in that moment. What we would do. But Corey's resolve, Corey's mettle was already known to many. It has been said as a volunteer firefighter and the chief, a devoted member of his local church, a member of the Armed Services of America, and probably other than loving his Savior, what he found most important in the world was being a husband to Helen and a father to Allison and Kaylee. We need to know why Corey is no longer with us on behalf of the American people, and we're going to find out. But that's not what this is about. This is about honoring the life and the legacy of a man who loved his family, who loved his God and loved his country, and laid down his life. He went to the rally expecting safety like everybody else, but in the face of unimaginable danger, when a moment means the difference between life and death, Corey shielded his wife, his daughter, the things he loved most in this world. And for that, we honor him. We pray for him. We pray for his family and his community. We also know that he exemplifies the best, not only in Butler, Pennsylvania, not only in Pennsylvania and our great Commonwealth, but in the United States of America and for all of humanity. I thank the gentleman for this time this evening. God bless Corey Compatore and God bless his family. I yield.
I thank the gentleman from Pennsylvania. So tonight we talk about the tragic loss of Corey Compatore. What is more tragic, or could have been more tragic, what if Corey Compatore had never been born? What if there never had been a Corey Compatore? What if Helen had never had a husband like Corey Compatore? His daughters would not have had a father. He was called a girl's dad. His entire life was built on his strong faith and in his service to his community, his country, and foremost his family. So in these times when our country seems to be so torn apart on everything political, I think it's time for us to take a little more time to reflect on who we are as Americans. We're not Republicans, we're not Democrats, we're not independents, we are Americans. And at the very heart of what it is we are Americans. Mr. Compatore is exactly the example of those who serve, those who put others above themselves, those who put themselves in harm's way to protect those who are in danger. So we come here tonight and we talk about Corey. That Saturday is a Saturday that his family will never forget. As they made their way from their home to the Butler Farm Showgrounds to hear former President Donald Trump at his rally, they were so excited to be there. But tragically, evil struck. And America was once again reminded that at the end of the day, we are all Americans. Yes, we represent different parties. Yes, we represent different peoples. But at the end of the day, we are Americans. The example that Corey Compatore puts forward is that of a strong, faithful American, a man of faith, a man who loved his country, a man who loved his community, but above all, a man who loved his wife and daughters. How tragic it would have been if he had never been born. So as we mourn his death, we also must celebrate his life. We must say a prayer, because I know where he is now. I know where he rests. I know he's in the arms of God. And as tragic as this has been for his family, I know his family knows the same thing. So I would hope that as we look into what happened, how this possibly could have happened, how in a little farm town in Pennsylvania, evil could have prevailed, at least for a moment. But what has happened since then is our firm belief in our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, in our belief that Corey is now safe at home and will be there when his wife and daughters make that same trip sometime in the future. Madam Speaker, This is a country that's been torn apart for so long by parties that go at each other day in and day out. I would hope that at some point we sit and take a look at the fact that 1.5 million men and women in uniform have given their lives to give us the opportunity to be here on this floor and debate policy. And what is the best interest of the people who sent us here? And that is the American people. At some point, we have to believe the oath we have taken, and we have to fulfill that oath. So I would hope that as we look at the tragic loss of Corey Compateri, we also give thanks to God that he was born in the first place, that his wife and daughters had an opportunity to have a loving father and a loving husband, that now he's safe and he's at home in the Lord's arms. So I want to thank my colleagues for being here tonight, and I know everything comes from the heart on this. And something like this happens, we need to take a step back, take a deep breath, say a prayer, and ask God to be with us as we make our journey as representatives of the most incredible nation the world has ever known, the United States of America. And with that, Madam Chair, I'd like to present a resolution that we'll be offering, entering in now. It's HRes 1369, and put that into the congressional record. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentlewoman from Florida, Mrs. Sherfilis McCormack, is recognized as the designee of the Minority Leader until 10 p.m.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include any extraneous material on the subject of this special order hour. It is with great honor that I rise today to anchor this. Thank you. It is with great honor that I rise today to anchor this CBC Special Order Hour. For the next 60 minutes, members of the CBC have an opportunity to honor Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, an individual of great importance to Congressional Black Caucus, Congress, the constituents we represent, and Americans. It is now my privilege to yield to the Honorable Barbara Lee from California's 13th District. I'd like to now yield to Chairman Horsford.
I'd like to thank my colleagues, Congresswoman Sheila Sherfilis McCormack and Congressman Jonathan Jackson, for co-chairing our special order hour for the Congressional Black Caucus. And I rise tonight with my colleagues of the Congressional Black Caucus with a heavy heart to pay my personal respects and to remember a woman who meant so much to this body. The loss that we all feel for our dear friend and colleague, Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, is truly immeasurable. On behalf of the Congressional Black Caucus, I'd like to offer our sincerest condolences to Congresswoman Jackson Lee's husband, Elwin, her children, Jason and Erica, and the entire Lee family, and of course to her staff in Houston as well as here in Washington, D.C. For nearly 30 years, Congresswoman Jackson Lee served in this body with honor, integrity, loyalty, and her signature style. As chairman of the Congressional Black Caucus, it was a tremendous honor to be able to work with Congresswoman Jackson Lee each and every day. She is a woman of deep conviction. She was disciplined and principled. She was fearless in her face of challenge and adversity, and she always put her family, her community, and her country first. Her impact on Houston, the Congress, and the country will not soon be forgotten. From her time serving in the Houston City Council to her service here in the House of Representatives. She has advocated for social and economic justice and the advancement of the most marginalized. She made children and working families and the safety of our nation the cause of her life. From leading the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act legislation this Congress, to H.R. 40, the Commission to Study Reparations, to the Violence Against Women Act, to the Juneteenth National Independence Day Act, Congresswoman Jackson Lee was a bold and courageous leader who always worked to make her community a better place. I join my colleagues in honoring her memory and her legacy by continuing the fight for the issues she cared for the most. She was a patriot and a fighter to the very end, and this House was made better for her leadership. Words cannot express how deeply she will be missed by members of the Congressional Black Caucus, by the entire body, and by the constituents that she served. May God rest her soul. We love you, Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee. May you rest in peace. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is now my privilege to yield to Congresswoman Barbara Lee.
Oops. Let me first take a moment to thank Congresswoman Sheila Johnson for your leadership, and for our chair of the Congressional Black Caucus and the entire Congressional Black Caucus tonight for leading this tribute to our colleague, our sister, and our friend. And to Sheila's family, her community, her friends, my deepest condolences. You know how much we love Sheila, and we know how much you loved her and how much she is missed already. Now, let me just say a couple of things. First of all, I met Sheila before I met Sheila. This was when I was in the legislature. I went to the graduation where my niece was attending college, Prairie View College, right out of Houston, Texas. There was a great orator who spoke at that commencement. This was probably 95, 96. This orator spoke probably about 2 to 3 hours in the hot sun. It was a great speech, and I'll never forget that speech. But it was over 2 hours, and everyone was listening intently in that hot sun. And finally, when I met Sheila, actually, you know what I'm talking about, coming to Congress, I felt that I knew her because this speech was so profound until 4 or 5 years later. Hi, sister. Hi, Barbara. She was, first of all, an effective legislator. We know her well as being right down here on the floor. I think she had an amendment for every single bill that came to the floor. And they passed. She worked with Republicans. She worked with all of us. She was at the Rules Committee until midnight. She had more energy. But she was brilliant with her energy, and she knew how to effectuate legislative change and get bills passed. Of course, she led the effort for reparations, for the study and the development of reparations. She picked that bill up, H.R. 40, from our beloved John Conyers. She led the effort to reauthorize the Violence Against Women Act. And yet, she was the lead author of the Juneteenth national holiday federal legislation, and we cannot forget that. And I have to remind people in her absence this year that as we celebrate in Juneteenth, we cannot forget the name Sheila Jackson Lee. You know, my grandfather and my great-grandmother, they were born in Galveston, and I had never visited Galveston until Sheila invited me to Galveston to be with her the first year that the legislation passed, and oh, what a reunion that was. And oh, to be with Sheila Jackson Lee in Galveston, Texas was the highlight of that year for me. She also was a constituent advocate, and let me tell you, right after Katrina, members of the Congressional Black Caucus were in New Orleans. Sheila went back to Houston because she received so many evacuees, and she called me up and she said, Barbara, I don't care wherever you're going, you better come here to Houston. I said, yes, ma'am. So I went to Houston and I saw how Sheila Jackson Lee, in many ways, ministered to these evacuees. She had me out there and I was honored to be there with her, feeding people, clothing people, finding shelter, on the phones, being advocates. She truly loved people. And you know, when people got stuck at the airport in Houston, once my sister did and constituents, I would call Sheila. She'd have me up all night long talking to people on the phone until the problem was resolved. She was dogged about constituent services. She loved people. She was a caregiver also for her mother. Many don't remember this. If you weren't here, her mother lived in New York, and her mother was very ill, and it was during the time that my mother was very ill. Sheila stayed on that phone talking to caregivers. I was on the phone talking to my mother's caregiver. We were comparing notes. We were comparing medicines. We were doing this, that. She'd get on the plane, fly up there, come back here. She was a daughter who truly loved her mother and took care of her mother until the very end. And I learned a lot from Sheila going through what I went through with my mother as she was making her transition. Bye. Also, Sheila was a global citizen. For those of you who've traveled with her, you know she was a queen. Sheila went to school in Nigeria. Now, I've been in refugee camps with Sheila. I've been on many CODELs with Sheila, some of which I led. And Sheila would call me way past the deadline. You all know what I'm talking about, like 24 hours before the CODEL departed, I'm going. I say, but Sheila, the deadline was 3 weeks ago. I'm going. Yes, ma'am. She went. But she provided so much insight and input and brilliance on all of these CODELs until members came back more informed and with more clarity about what the issues were we were dealing with. The last CODEL that I led to Africa, it was, I believe, in 2022 when, during that period, the devastating flood in Pakistan occurred. You know, Sheila was chair of the Pakistan caucus. She had me on the phone as an appropriator from Ghana, calling back here, making sure that we were ready to respond to the devastation in Pakistan. Sheila said, you've got to go with me to Pakistan. I said, Sheila, we're in Africa, and we got to get back to America first, and I've got to clear my schedule. She said, no, you've got to go with me to Pakistan. Sheila, I can't go, but I'm going to do everything I can do to help. Well, I could not go, but Sheila, we landed here in Andrews. Sheila flew to Houston. The next morning, she left for Pakistan, and she spent, I guess, 5 days there helping people through that dire, terrible flood that was taking place. And she would call me every other hour. Where are we? Did you call USAID? Yes, ma'am. You know, that's how Sheila was. She was a person who was obsessed with taking care of people and changing the world and making life better for everyone. Our personal friendship was deep and broad. You remember she received the John Lewis Award recently for the most amount of 1 minute. And she called me that morning. She says, Barbara, I can't be there, but I want you to accept this award for me. I said, Sheila, they're not going to let me accept an award for you. She said, just do like I would do and tell them you're going to accept it anyway. But that was Sheila. She would not take no for an answer. Also, finally, let me just say, I was her personal photographer. Many of you may have been also. Sheila wanted to make sure she was in every single picture, and if a real photographer wasn't around, She pulled me, and I was looking at my pictures. I have more pictures of Sheila than myself because she made sure she got those pictures taken, but they weren't necessarily for her. They were for her constituents, for her family, for her grandchildren, for her husband. She wanted people to know and to be informed about her work as their public servant. Sheila deserves to rest now. She was a force of nature. Her spirit will live forever. She was fearless, she was loving, she was powerful. And I'm reminded of one scripture, 2 Timothy, and this reminds me of Sheila. For God did not give us the spirit of fear, but of power and of love and of a sound mind. May Sheila's soul rest in peace, may she rest in power, and may she rest. God bless you.
Representative Lee. It is now my privilege to yield to Representative Yvette Clark.
Let me thank my colleagues, Congresswoman Sheila McCormack and Congressman Jonathan Jackson. Let me thank our chairman of the Congressional Black Caucus, Stephen Horsford, and my colleagues of the Congressional Black Caucus for this opportunity to share some thoughts about our dearly beloved colleague, Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee. To Elwyn Lee, Erica and Jason, other members of the Lee family and staff, loved ones, friends, and constituents, on behalf of myself, the Clark family, the people of the 9th District of New York, I extend my deepest sympathies and heartfelt condolences. Madam Speaker, I rise on this day to remember the gentle lady from Texas, my friend, my mentor, my dear colleague, the Honorable and incomparable Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee. Sheila was the granddaughter of Jamaican immigrants and a daughter of New York. I was blessed to know her for many years. I've served with her for just short of 18 years. We both served on the Homeland Security Committee, and we bonded over many of our deep connections. You see, my parents are Jamaican immigrants, and as it turned out, Sheila Jackson Lee's uncle was one of my mother's biggest donors when she was a member of the New York City Council. I had an opportunity as a council member to meet the incomparable Sheila Jackson Lee on many events and activities and occasions where we gathered. And so to come to Congress as the only Black woman elected to Congress in the year 2007, I ran into someone who I'd already become acquainted with and who put me under her wings. As the author of the Violence Against Women Act, the Juneteenth National Independence Day Act, the woman who reintroduced the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act, H.R. 40, and the bill to provide a study on reparations, our nation will long remember the scale and scope of her legislative acumen and successes. We were blessed because she was a justice seeker, and relentlessly so. There was not a piece of legislation, as one of my colleagues, I think it was Barbara, stated, where she did not come in with an amendment if she found any inequities within that legislation. And she was able to convince members on both sides of the aisle of the need to include an amendment that would provide that breathing room for the oppressed in our communities. And so we are grateful for not only her leadership of the people of Houston, Texas, but by extension, the people across this nation who have benefited from her work. And we in the Congressional Black Caucus and countless others across the nation will long feel the gravity of her absence. One of the projects that we worked on together is now resident at the Congressional Black Caucus Foundation, and that is the Sojourner Truth Legacy Project. Prior to me arriving here in the House of Representatives, Congresswoman Lee led a group of women to make sure that a bust of Sojourner Truth would be placed in the United States Capitol. And she worked and she worked and she worked. And the year that I was elected, as it turns out, not only was the legislation passed to have that bust created, but it was actually placed in the new Capitol Visitor Center in 2007. She was an integral part of establishing the Sojourner Truth Legacy Project at the Congressional Black Caucus Foundation, where we look at the work of Black women across this nation, those who are overlooked, who are marginalized, and lift them up for the great works that they do in our communities and across the nation, in every community. And so we will miss her counsel. She often spoke about the struggle to establish that bust, which was the presence and the essence of Black women's power in this Capitol. And we're forever grateful to Sheila for her tenacity and her audacity, that she was a warrior. She was a true representative and an advocate of and for the people, who devoted all of her talent, intellect, expertise, and energy to the people. And whatever moments of hardship and uncertainty lie ahead, may we all draw strength from her memory and her legacy. I pray that my sister, the Honorable Sheila Jackson Lee, rests in peace, and that she rests in power. And to, again, her staff members who have been loyal to her, who have worked hard because she worked harder to make a difference in this body, I extend to you, on behalf of the people of the 9th District of New York, the Clark family, and of course, myself, my deepest sympathies and heartfelt condolences. With that, I yield back.
Thank you. It's my privilege to yield to the Honorable Representative Hank Johnson from Georgia's 4th District.
I want to thank Congresswoman Sheila McCormack, as well as Congressman Jonathan Jackson, for convening us together tonight to host this special tribute to our dearly beloved and dearly departed colleague, Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee. Today, I rise with a heavy heart to honor and remember my colleague, but more importantly, my friend, Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee. The Congresswoman led an extraordinary life, and she leaves an extraordinary legacy of legislative and humanitarian service to mankind. Though short in stature, Sheila Jackson Lee stood tall, and she spoke with command and authority. Never scared, Sheila was bold and imposing. She never played herself cheap, and she certainly wasn't going to let anybody else do so. She was a taskmaster to all who worked for her, and that included whether or not you were paid or just volunteering. And the good thing about it is that when you left her office to go work for someone else, they knew, and it was easy for you to get a job because they knew that you had been trained by fire, you had been forged by fire and trained by the best. And so you did not have a problem with getting a job, and you did a good job because you had been trained. Like her constituents, I often found myself calling her Congresswoman. I had great respect for her, and she was a dear friend who inspired me and countless others with her unwavering dedication, spirit, and strong work ethic. I find solace in the knowledge that her spirit will live on through the lives she has touched and changed, and the causes that she has championed. Her legacy will continue to guide us as we strive to build a more just and equitable society. I extend my deepest condolences to her family, friends, and constituents. Let us honor her memory by continuing her work, lifting our voices to pursue justice, and most importantly, embodying the values she holds so dear. This is how we can honor her legacy. Thank you for your service, and with that, I yield back.
Thank you. It is now my privilege to yield to Honorable Kwesi Mfume from Maryland's 7th District.
Thank you very much. I want to thank the distinguished gentlewoman from Florida for yielding some time. I know there are a lot of people who have a lot to say about someone who we cared about and loved, and so I do appreciate this time. I want to thank her and the honorable gentleman from the state of Nevada, Mr. Horsford, the chair of the caucus, for convening this special order tonight. And it is a special order for a lawyer, a legislator, a woman who saw things that were not and found it in her heart to find a way to make those things come into existence. So I extend my condolences to her husband, Elwin, to her 2 adult children, to other members of the Jackson Lee family, and to the people of Houston who knew her, embraced her, loved her, and kept her. I first heard of Sheila Jackson Lee before she ever got here. In fact, I was a member of the House then, and she came in with a big class. I think she got here in 95, and she won the election in 94. I think Jim Clyburn was a part of that class, Bobby Scott, Maxine Waters, a number of people who came in the door bigger than life. And there was Sheila, who was also bigger than life, and who taught us along the way things that were sometimes not so obvious about fighting for what you believed in. She was a member of the Houston City Council before she got here, and they didn't know what to do with her because she would not stop fighting for the things that she believed in, one of which was gun control and gun safety, long before it became something popular for people to talk about and to advocate. And it was in that Houston City Council that Sheila passed their first ever gun safety ordinance, putting the onus on parents to keep guns away from children in the house, to keep them locked, or to not have them there altogether. And some people thought it was an overreach. But nobody knows to this day how many lives may have been saved, how many children could have been injured that were not. And then it was many years later that that same council and many of the people of Houston thanked her for what she had done. Now, before Sheila got here, Craig Washington was the elected member of that district. And in his first term, Sheila challenged him for the congressional seat. She said, I need your support. I said, well, Sheila, Craig just supported me to be chair of the Black Caucus 2 years ago. I can't turn my back on him. She said, well, don't turn your back, turn your front. Just stay out of it. I said, okay, I'm going to stay out of it. And everybody said she couldn't do it. You can't beat Craig Washington. And we all know how that story concluded. So when she came here and took the oath of office, I, like so many others, gave her a great big hug because I knew that not just the Congressional Black Caucus, but the Congress in general was going to be made better because of her indefatigable spirit. Sheila was a woman that never rested. I mean, you could walk the halls here at midnight and see her hanging out at a Rules Committee meeting, trying to make sure she could get an amendment in and trying to make sure she could find a way to make a difference. And I remember that first year of '95 when she got here, she went up to Charlie Rangel and said, I want to know everything you knew about Barbara Jordan. And Charlie said, well, you did know Barbara, right? She said, yes, I loved her and admired her. But you know what I don't know because you served with her. So tell me all about the way she was here and how she made a real difference. And then she came over to me afterwards and said, and I want you to stay here because I want you to tell me all about Mickey Leland. She said, you served with him, you and Mickey were buddies, and you sat with him the night before he left to take that flight that he never came back on. I want to know what you talked about and what's going to happen now that he's gone and I'm here, and how do I find a way, like with Barbara Jordan, to make a real difference in this house. Her spirit was irrepressible. She had a personality that was all her own. The word was that witnesses coming before the Judiciary Committee didn't want to come before the Judiciary Committee if they were wrong, because they knew as a trained lawyer, she would find a way to pick them apart. And she did over and over again. And she did it not for herself, but to have the truth come out and to make sure that the testimony was something that people could build on and learn from. She worked so hard. I'm looking at this white bouquet of flowers, and I almost picked it up and walked it over to that aisle on the edge where every year, every president that came down that aisle had to shake the hand and say hello to and pay some homage to Sheila Jackson Lee. So we loved her, we still love her, and we will always love her. She was a worker who made all of us around her work harder, and we are all so much better because of the fact that she served here. Now, our dear friend Don Payne Jr. passed away a couple of months ago, and many of us went to Newark for the funeral. It was a tough loss, just like this is. I had served with his dad, and so it was especially tough for me because his dad and I were buddies. But I point now to Congressman Jackson of Illinois, who I said that day, thank you so much for taking care of Sheila. She could barely get up to Newark with us, but she cared so much about paying tribute and honor to someone she worked with and cared about that she found a way, barely walking, to get on that plane, to go to that funeral, and to come back. And I commended Congressman Jackson for taking the time to do all that he could to make her trip better and to keep her safe from all that could have gone on, not so much on the trip, but in terms of her health, because we all knew that she was declining and we didn't know what was going on. So thank you, Jonathan, for that. My thanks to all the members of the caucus who are here, all of which have stories about Sheila and our love for her. And I can tell you, because I feel it, her spirit will remain in this place for a long, long time to come. Every time somebody says Juneteenth, they're going to say Sheila Jackson Lee. or reparations, Sheila Jackson Lee, because she would run behind us, have you signed on to HR 40 yet? And we'd say yes, and she'd say, go get me 2 others. So again, thank you so much for yielding. My thanks to all of you from the caucus who are here. Congresswoman Lee, thank you for reminding us of some stories that we had long since forgotten, and I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. It's my privilege to yield to the Honorable Assistant Leader, Joe Neguse.
First, let me say thank you to the distinguished gentlewoman from Florida and the gentleman from Illinois for hosting this important special order hour to honor our friend, our beloved colleague, Judge Jackson Lee. It's a blessing to be able to serve in the People's House with giants. And Madam Speaker, you've had the opportunity tonight to hear from several, to be able to serve with Congresswoman Lee and to serve with Congressman Mfume, among many others, and to hear their perspectives on their time serving with Judge Jackson Lee. Mark Twain once said that history doesn't often repeat itself, but it does rhyme. And as Mr. Mfume was describing the late Judge Jackson Lee and her adulation and respect and admiration for Barbara Jordan, the first black woman to ever be elected to the United States Congress from the state of Texas, I was reminded of a story, which is that at the end of her life, Congresswoman Jordan, she had a bone-deep devotion to the Constitution, bone-deep devotion and faith in the Constitution, which was shown on full display during her service in the Congress, in particular during the Watergate proceedings. In 1996, when Barbara Jordan passed away and they were searching through her belongings, they found in her purse a copy of the U.S. Constitution. And I can see as clear as day right now our friend, Judge Jackson Lee, on the Judiciary Committee, where myself and Representative Johnson and others had the privilege to serve with her. I can see her holding the Constitution out as she's questioning a variety of different witnesses that have come through that committee. Judge Lee's faith and devotion and commitment to the Constitution was bone deep. And to hear Representative Mfume describe his conversations with her as she asked him about the great Barbara Jordan, it's beyond moving. As I try to come up with the right word to describe Judge Lee, and I call her Judge Lee because I would always call her Judge Lee. She would call me Attorney General, although I've never been an Attorney General, but she had decided that that would be my moniker. As I try to develop and think and have spent time over the past several days to describe the word, or rather conjure up the word that I would use to describe her, the best word that I've been able to come up with is prolific. She was a prolific orator. One need only look at the C-SPAN records to see that she spent more time on the House floor in this chamber speaking directly to the American public than any member of the U.S. House of Representatives. Think about that legacy. She was a prolific legislator. We've heard from many of my colleagues about the many bills that she was able to get across the finish line, signed into law by multiple presidents. For me, the work that I remember most vividly is her work to combat gun violence, which was a lifelong passion of hers that she pushed for on the Judiciary Committee. She was a prolific colleague. I, too, joined my colleagues at the funeral for Don Payne Jr., and I remember well seeing Judge Lee at that service and being so moved that someone fighting such a terrible disease would somehow muster the physical stamina and courage and strength to venture to New Jersey to say goodbye to her friend. About a month ago, 6 weeks ago, I got a call. I was here in Washington at 10:50 p.m. on a Wednesday night from Representative Jackson Lee. She was in Houston. I thought that she was calling to check in, perhaps. I was eager to talk to her about her fight against cancer. She had fought so valiantly, as Representative Barbara Lee articulated earlier, in her first bout with breast cancer over a decade before. I had shared with her that my wife had been battling breast cancer for the last year, and that we were drawing strength, knowing that she was steadying herself for this next battle. But she didn't call me to talk about the disease. She called to harangue me about a press conference that was scheduled for the next day, that she was eager to solicit my help in securing speakers for, an important bill that she intended to roll out, notwithstanding whatever physical ailments she might have been fighting at the moment. Working until the end. And I know I'm not the only one who was a recipient or a beneficiary of her calls. Prolific. I'll close with my final observation. I remember coming into the Congress, and of course Representative Mufume mentioned this, I suspect others have as well. One of my first images of Judge Jackson Lee was her sitting here, right next to the main entryway to this august chamber during the State of the Union address. Without fail, every year, she would be seated right here. A few days ago, I came across a commendation, a recounting of Judge Jackson Lee's life and this particular author's view of why Judge Jackson Lee always found herself right here. Their view, their belief, their theory was that for a black woman representing tens of millions of people from the state of Texas, a woman who was in one of the first co-ed classes at Yale, one of the first black women to matriculate from that institution, it was important to her that others see her, that young black women, like my 6-year-old daughter, could see her, could be inspired by her, could know that if they worked hard enough, they too could find themselves shaking the hand of every president for the better part of the last quarter century. And reading that, it all made sense. Godspeed, Judge Lee. Thank you for your service to our country. Your family is in our prayers. I yield back.
Thank you. It's now my privilege to yield to Representative Ayanna Pressley from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Congresswoman Sheila McCormack, Congressman Jackson, for convening this special order hour for indeed a special woman. I rise to celebrate the life and legacy of Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee of Texas' 18th District, legislator, scholar, orator, truth teller, and justice seeker. From Houston to Boston, from the nation's capital to throughout the African diaspora, Sheila Jackson Lee is a name you should know. But if you don't, trust me, you have benefited from her work. Recognizing Juneteenth as a national holiday, reauthorizing the Violence Against Women Act, advocating for police accountability, reparations, and so much more. Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee will always be remembered as a force to be reckoned with, who loved her constituents dearly and represented them with sincerity. I can see her now in my mind's eye, folders full of notes spilling over, research, question lines, floor statements, multiple bags, and layered clothing. A colorful scarf to beat the chill and show her own unique style, and always her hair in a regally braided crown. With nearly 30 years of service in Congress, she spent every moment working towards progress. In our final text exchange before her transition to ancestors, she said to me, "Keep working on our priorities. We cannot give up." So in her memory, alongside my colleagues in the Congressional Black Caucus, her staff, current and former, her constituents, and her family, we will continue the fight for justice. SJL, I already miss your rich and powerful voice, but most of all, I'll miss how you used it for the people. Rest in peace and power.
It is now my privilege to yield to the Honorable Troy Carter from Louisiana.
Thank you very much, my esteemed colleagues, for the opportunity to be here. We're here to honor the memory of a dear friend and colleague, Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, a true statesman and a fierce defender of justice, fairness, and our great democracy. A dedicated member of the Congressional Black Caucus, her contributions have been nothing short of transformative and incredible. I was blessed to visit her numerous times in Houston, Texas, and travel with her around the world. She was also instrumental in helping so many Louisiana natives during Hurricane Katrina, providing exceptional casework and services in Houston. After Katrina, so many of our people were homeless, lost, in need of love and care. Sheila Jackson Lee was there. She called us regularly to give us reports. Whenever there was an issue in Houston and it was someone from Louisiana, she was Johnny on the spot. Wasn't her district, wasn't her people. They couldn't vote for her. It was her true love and passion for people that caused her to step up. She was a giant, although small in stature. Her heart was so big and her brain was even bigger. I've never met anyone as passionate and as smart on every single issue she touched. When she stepped up, she spoke with a degree of power, familiarity, intellect, energy, and grace. They just don't make them like that anymore. You've heard my colleagues say that she would show up everywhere. Once we came back from a codel across the country, and while we were stuck because we had plane trouble, we were stuck waiting for another aircraft, and then there was an issue going on in India. And we were all exhausted trying to make it home. Sheila said, "I've got to go there. I've got a lot of natives in my community." And we were all exhausted. And we said, everyone chuckled and said, we're all going home. Next thing I know, I looked at CNN when I got home, and there was Sheila Jackson Lee. She was there in the midst of it all by herself, not a part of a codel, not a part of any other team, not a part of anything other than a person with a big heart that knew that she was needed. She was the first female ranking member of the Judiciary Subcommittee for Crime, Terrorism, and Homeland Security. And as a senior member of the House Committee on Judiciary, Homeland Security, and Budget, she spearheaded critical policies for institutional change. Her reintroduction of the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act exemplified her unwavering commitment to uplifting the Black community and improving our nation. Sheila called me, as our assistant leader just mentioned, and she said, "I need you to go and run this press conference for me. I can't be there, but I need you to go and run the press conference, and I need you to address the family and let them know how much we love them and how much we care. And I can't be there, but I'll be on the phone." And she was on the phone. We couldn't see her. I suspect she may have been in the hospital. But she spoke with the same degree of love, passion, and strength for the family who had been so wronged. I was honored when she made that call to me personally in May to partner with her on the press conference promoting this critical piece of legislation. It is one of her most recent and fond memories of working closely with her. It was one of the very last official actions of her passion, and there's so many. We will forevermore miss the intellect, the passion, the strength, the courage of Sheila Jackson Lee. Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee will be sorely missed by her immediate family, her Congressional Black Caucus family, her Democratic Caucus family, all the citizens of Texas, and countless others she touched around the world. Her unwavering commitment to her principles and her tireless advocacy for the underrepresented has left an indelible mark on our nation. On a personal note, Sheila was just not a colleague, but also a treasured friend and mentor to me and many others. We devoted a bond of service for mankind. Her wisdom, compassion, and strength has guided us through many challenges. Her legacy will continue to inspire all of us as we strive to be better, do better, and try to continue the incredible work that she's done. Rest in peace, my dear sister. Rest in peace.
Thank you, Representative Carter. Madam Speaker, may I inquire how much time is remaining?
The gentlelady has until 10 p.m., so there's about 9 minutes remaining.
Thank you. I'd like to yield now to my co-anchor, Representative Jonathan Jackson from Illinois.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the Honorable Sheila Sherfless McCormack, my co-anchor in this Congressional Black Caucus Special Order Hour. I'd like to be affiliated with all of the comments that my colleagues have shared regarding this remarkable woman, our colleague and dear friend, Sheila Jackson Lee. Madam Speaker, I rise tonight to lend my voice to the chorus of those who have gathered in this chamber to honor and give mournful recompense to the life and legacy of Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, a woman of such grave significance who even in repose remains a towering figure among us. Sheila Jackson Lee was no shrinking violet. She was no harbinger of demure expectations, and she did not cower in the face of adversity, nor did she retreat in the midst of a storm. Sheila Jackson Lee did not do as some have already done, namely get elected to political office and forget where they come from. Sheila Jackson Lee carried the people of Houston with her because her dreams were their dreams too. Their adversities were her adversities too. And she wanted for them, she no less, and likewise wanted for herself. Here is a woman who in her lifetime had to deal with policies, who told her she had to sit in the back of a bus. And she went from having people tell her she had to go through the back door to being a member of Congress who passed laws to make America a better place for all people. She lived long enough to see President Barack Obama ascend to the presidency. She lived long enough to see a Supreme Court justice in a Ketanji Brown elevated to the Supreme Court. And she was just a few days away from living to see Vice President Harris selected to be the Democratic nominee for the presidency of the United States. What a life, what a witness, what a legacy. Tonight I say to you, a mighty oak has fallen. I shared so many evenings and days and times with Congresswoman Lee. My heart is filled, and I thank God for having come this way. I felt in many ways, in the words of the book of Animal Farms, all animals are equal and some are more equal. I'd never looked at myself as a peer of Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee. I was honored to carry her bags. I was honored to walk beside her. I was honored to be in the midst of her company. And I thank God for having put me in a place where I could be from afar and then in my lifetime be able to work up close and hand in hand with her. And there in this place where she will no longer stand lives a hole that will never be filled in this chamber. Because while none of us are indispensable, some of us can never be replaced. That is the legacy of Sheila Jackson Lee. This is the brightness of the one who we remember, who in death has become both the singer and the song. So let the word go forth from this time and place that Sheila Jackson Lee was a steel magnolia, one of the daughters of thunder, a woman of such invention and personal power that you could hear the sound of the oceans gathering in her voice. She was, she is, and she will always be one of the great gifts of the African American community to the future of America. And tonight we remember her. Tonight we sit upon the ground and tell sad stories, and we laugh and joke about the death of a queen here in this chamber. And under the canopy of this temple of democracy, we dare to make letters of her once and glorious life. From serving as the first female ranking member of the Judiciary Subcommittee for Crime, Terrorism, and Homeland Security, Sheila's talents made room for herself. She will be missed, she will be mourned, she will be lamented. But now she belongs to the ages. And like Barbara Jordan, Shirley Chisholm, John Lewis, and Donald Payne, she will be watching over us. Sleep on, my sister. You deserve your race. You have won the race. God will bless you. I yield back my time to the Honorable Sheila Sherfulus McCormack.
Thank you so much. I yield the rest of the time to myself. The nation mourns the loss of a tireless advocate for justice and a beacon of hope for so many. Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee was not just a member of Congress, she was a force of nature, a relentless champion for civil rights and a voice for the voiceless. For nearly 3 decades, Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee's work in this chamber showcased her unwavering commitment to justice and equality. Her reintroduction of the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act is just one example of her dedication to fight for equal justice. This bill, which I was so proud to co-sponsor, aimed to hold law enforcement accountable, improving training, and rebuilding the trust of the communities they serve. It is a testament to her vision for a fairer and more just America. Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee believed deeply in the power of the federal government to enact meaningful reform. She knew that while no single policy could erase decades of systemic racism, it was imperative to take bold steps towards structural change. Her legacy will be felt in every stride we make towards justice. To me, Sheila Jackson Lee was the originator. We always joked around when she said, she's the first Sheila, I'm the second Sheila. And I always said, Sheila, you're the originator. Every time she saw me, she was like, do you need anything? I remember when I last spoke to her, I said, Sheila, you sound strong today. And she said, Sheila, whatever you need, call me, I will be there. If you need to know how to do it, I'll show you. She made me a promise. She said, I will always be there. And the day she passed, I said, Sheila, we will remember your legacy. She was at every special order hour.
Amen.
Every single one. And the last one, I looked back and I said, Sheila, you ready? And she said she couldn't do it. And Jonathan held her, and I knew that was the last time. Rest in power, Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee. I yield back. I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. Accordingly, pursuant to House Resolution 1366, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow as a further mark of respect to the memory of the late Honorable Sheila Jackson Lee.